Chapter 59. Watching him rise, watching him entertain important guests, watching him. Chapter 59. Watching him rise, watching him entertain important guests, watching him. Sure enough, this is going to be interesting. Before seeing Wu Xiaoxiao, Luo Tiancheng still felt that SHI plus Feng could recoup his losses at the very least by relying on Wu Lingling and a few more of his students. However, now that Wu Xiaoxiao was here, SHI plus Feng shouldn't even think of earning back the points he put into renting the super equals large CLA's room. The reason why Luo Tiancheng thought so was because of a shocking piece of news he received not long ago. Apparently, while Wu Xiaoxiao was out partic 1P aiding in the Super Guild Crimson Emperor's special training, she showed relatively good talent and performance, so she managed to get herself selected for Crimson Emperor's priority training list. This news had excited Dazzle Wave's executives greatly. After all, Crimson Emperor would choose only 10 players from its affiliated powers to offer priority training. Meanwhile, not only did Crimson Emperor have over 100 affiliated powers, but each affiliated power had even sent 2 or 3 representatives to partic 1P8 in its training camp. Thus, the difficulty of ranking within the top 10 out of these several hundred people was enormous. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao was slated to receive the treatment of Crimson Emperor's top-tier internal talents, if no mishaps occurred, she would become one of Dazzle Wave's successors in the future. Her current status in Dazzle Wave D's domain was completely different from before. With her current status and ident 1 Tai, Wu Xiaoxiao would have no trouble providing more resources for her little sister Wu Lingling. She could even recommend Wu Lingling to Crimson Emperor, allowing Wu Lingling to partic 1P8 in Crimson Emperor's next training camp and potentially get selected for priority training. Currently, the various powers of D's domain were in urgent need of experts because of the miniature ancient world, and they were doing everything they could to fulfill this shortage. Thus, Crimson Emperor's next training camp might arrive much earlier than expected. It might even be in the works already. After all, a superpower would always act while looking a few steps ahead. Unlike the average power in D's domain, the various superpowers didn't have to worry much about resources when planning for the future. Shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling entered the teaching block, another commotion occurred at the entrance as a refined-looking middle-aged man wearing black-framed SES walked into the building along with a young man and a young woman. CRAP. What kind of day is today? Senior Wu Xiaoxiao's arrival just now was already plenty surprising. I never thought that 2 of the academies for Heavenly Kings would also come here. Is there some kind of big shot teaching here today? Why is Instructor Qi here as well? Don't senior instructors get to attend the tour without having to compete? Upon seeing this trio, every student and instructor nearby couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than the Academy's famous senior Instructor Qi, while the young man behind him was Liang Feng and the young woman was Chen Ziyou. Despite looking thin and sickly, Liang Feng was the youngest out of the academies for Heavenly Kings, and he was currently only a second-year student. As for Chen Ziyou, she, too, was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Meanwhile, both of them were Instructor Qi's students. It was also because of these 2 students that Instructor Qi managed to hold an absolute position in the academy and stand toe-to-toe with Wu Xiaoxiao's instructor. What brings you here today, Instructor Qi? Didn't you plan to provide special training for Gu Tong and the others before the secret pavilion tour? Luo Tiancheng asked in confusion after approaching Instructor Qi. The academy placed significant importance on the secret pavilion tour this time. So much so that it had promised generous rewards to the 4 senior instructors. After all, the tour this time would determine the standings of Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy among the other academies in the province. Thus, all 4 senior instructors were privately training their respective apprentices in preparation for the tour. Zio says that Instructor S, H-I plus S-E-L-A, S, S-E-S are amazing, Instructor Chi said as she gave a grumpy look at Chinzio. I'm skeptical of her claims, so I came here to take a look for myself. In response, Chinzio simply made an Imbara. S, said smile and didn't offer any explanations. You are thinking too highly of that S. H-I plus phone Instructor Chi. How can his CLA, S possibly be better than yours? Luo Tiancheng was shocked when he heard Instructor Chi's words. Moreover, S-H-I plus phone is charging 10,000 points for one CLA. SS. That's simply daylight robbery. Instructor Chi held a prestigious position in the academy. The average instructor in the academy would even try to attend Instructor Chi's CLA. SSES. This was because Instructor Chi used to be a core member of the top adventure team Heaven's Wind. However, after Heaven's Wind's disbandment, Instructor Chi stopped being active in D's domain and focused on teaching at Jinhai University instead. One shouldn't underestimate Instructor Chi simply because he had a refined and scholarly appearance. Although Instructor Chi could only exhibit combat standards at the refinement realm when manipulating his in-game character due to his deteriorated mental state, he had reached the peak of the flowing water realm during his prime. It was even rumored that he was only one step away from reaching the void realm. For this reason, Instructor Chi held connections with many major powers and even superpowers. I know that, which is why I came prepared, Instructor Chi said, nodding. This Luo Tiancheng was at a loss for words. Then he turned to look at Liang Feng in the hopes of getting the boy to put some sense into Instructor Chi. Currently, every additional person that attended S-H-I plus Feng CLA S would increase S-H-I plus Feng's chances of attending the secret pavilion tour. So Luo Tiancheng couldn't allow Instructor Chi's group of 3 to attend S-H-I plus Feng CLA SS. Meanwhile, it was well known that Liang Feng had a conflicting relations. H-I plus P with Chinzio. If Chinzio was adamant in siding with S-H-I plus Feng, Liang Feng's reaction would naturally oppose her. Don't worry, Instructor Luo. I also brought enough points with me, Liang Feng said, completely misunderstanding Luo Tiancheng's signal. Luo Tiancheng was flabbergasted when he heard Liang Feng's words. Was that what he meant? Or was this one of the Academy's so-called geniuses? Amidst Luo Tiancheng's shock, Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling suddenly walked over to the group. H-E-L, Lo, Instructor Chi. Despite her cold nature, Wu Xiaoxiao had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Chi. May I know if I can trouble you with something? Wu Xiaoxiao's sudden greeting had surprised Luo Tiancheng and the surrounding people. Wu Xiaoxiao was known for being a prideful lone wolf in the academy. Other than her instructor, she would never take the initiative to greet anyone in the academy. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Chi. Is she trying to band together with Instructor Chi to pressure S-H-I plus Feng? When Luo Tiancheng thought about Wu Lingling's present situation, he felt that the likelihood of that happening was high. Currently, Wu Lingling behaved as if she were possessed, as she adamantly insisted on remaining as S-H-I plus Feng's apprentice. She refused to change her mind, no matter what others said to her. However, if the Academy's brightest star and one of the Academy's prestigious senior instructors joined hands to exert pressure on S-H-I plus Feng, H-I plus Feng would have no choice but to abandon Wu Lingling, lest he wanted to get isolated in the Academy. Thinking up to this point, Luo Tiancheng grew a lot more spirited. How can I possibly refuse a request from student Wu Xiaoxiao? Instructor Chi was similarly surprised to see Wu Xiaoxiao greet him. Then he happily said, "Ask away." "Can I buy some points from you, instructor?" Wu Xiaoxiao said in slight embarrass. I spent most of my points at the advanced training hall previously, and I don't even have 10,000 points on me right now. Yet, my little sister refuses to lend me any points no matter what. May I know if you can sell me a couple 100,000 points? Chapter 60. Chapter 60. As soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Luo Tiancheng, who was about to laugh at SHI plus Feng's predicament, was promptly dumbfounded. Luo Tiancheng could understand Instructor Qi and Liang Feng holding an interest in SHI plus Feng CLA. SS. After all, they had Chen Zio fanning the flames from the side. However, it made zero sense why someone as prideful as Wu Xiaoxiao would attend SHI plus Feng CLA. SS. At this moment, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but think that Wu Xiaoxiao was playing a joke on him. Or was it this world that was joking with him? In Luo Tiancheng's opinion, SHI plus Feng would already be fortunate if Wu Xiaoxiao didn't give him a beating. Yet not only was Wu Xiaoxiao going out of her way to buy points to attend SHI plus Feng's lesson right now, but she was even buying points in the hundreds of thousands. Evidently, she didn't plan to stop at just one lecture. This was SHI plus Feng they were talking about. Even at his peak, SHI plus Feng was merely a Tier 3 expert who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. It was only due to the early advantage he had ACCU, Mulat during the early stages of D's domain that he managed to become Shadow's guild leader. Although Luo Tiancheng was slightly inferior to SHI plus Feng when it came to individual strength, he was confident he Serpa said SHI plus Feng when it came to teaching standards. So what qualifications did SHI plus Feng have to attract the Academy's top-tier talents and a senior instructor to attend his CLA? SS? However, what Luo Tiancheng didn't know was that Wu Xiaoxiao was only behaving this way because of hidden soul. She naturally had to meet the person capable of recruiting the help of such a monster. If SHI plus Feng was indeed as amazing as her little sister described, she planned to recommend him to Crimson Emperor. After all, Crimson Emperor was in urgent need of experts right now. A couple 100,000? I don't have that many points on me right now, Instructor Qi said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at Chen Zio, who wore a delighted look on her face, and awkwardly said, I did have a lot of points before, but I sold most of them to Zio already. I only have a little more than 60,000 points right now, but I still need to take a look at Instructor SHI plus SELA. So I can only sell you 50,000 points. Ever since Chen Zio had attended SHI plus Feng's first lecture, she had become a harvesting machine for Academy points. She had even praised SHI plus Feng to the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Zio had indeed reached the refinement realm after attending SHI plus Feng CLA, Instructor Qi wouldn't have believed her claims at all. It should be known that Chen Zio had been stuck on the cusp of the refinement realm for a long time already. Even though her techniques were already on the level of refinement realm experts, she couldn't reach the refinement realm no matter what. Yet SHI plus Feng had resolved Chen Zio's problem after just one lesson. Even as an instructor, Instructor Qi couldn't help but find this unbelievable. Okay, I'll take all of them. Wu Xiaoxiao transferred the credits for the 50,000 points to Instructor Qi without hesitation, giving no time for Instructor Qi to even think or hesitate. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Wu Xiaoxiao's actions. Was SHI plus Feng CLA really so magical that Wu Xiaoxiao saw the need to seek points so desperately? Thank you, Instructor Qi. We'll be taking our leave now, Wu Xiaoxiao said after seeing the 50,000 points being credited to her account. Then she promptly left for SHI plus Feng CLA. Room with Wu Lingling. Seeing this, Chen Zio also hurriedly urged, Let's hurry over there as well, Instructor. Instructor SHI plus SCLA. S will be starting soon. After looking at the time and seeing that H, I, plus Feng CLA. S. S was indeed starting soon. Instructor Qi quickly concluded his conversation with Luo Tiancheng and went upstairs with Chen Ziyou and Liang Feng. This world must have gone crazy. It must have. Luo Tiancheng was in complete and utter disbelief right now. Even though S, H, I, plus Feng was no longer Shadow's guild leader. Even though S, H, I, plus Feng had already been knocked down from his lofty position. Even though S, H, I, plus Feng had already been reduced to nothing but a loser. For some inexplicable reason, S, H, I, plus Feng was S, H, I, plus Ning even brighter than when he was Shadow's guild leader. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Qi were individuals that even Lan Hailong, the president of Lanhua Group, was trying to befriend. Yet now, these two people were taking the initiative to attend S, H, I, plus Feng CLA. SS. Meanwhile, shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Qi entered S, H, I, plus Feng CLA. S. Srum. Waves quickly spread throughout the campus. What's going on? Who is this Instructor S, H, I plus? How did he get Wu Xiaoxiao and two of the Academy's heavenly kings to attend his CLA? SS. Could this Instructor S, H, I, plus be some big shot that came from another city? That's not right. I know that Instructor S, H, I plus, if I remember correctly, he should be Shadow's former guild leader. He only came to work as an instructor after Shadow dismissed him. Are you sure that's not a mistake? Even if Gu Iren were to hold a CLA. S right now, Instructor Qi and Senior Wu Xiaoxiao wouldn't necessarily attend it. It is especially true for Senior Wu Xiaoxiao. She is currently being nurtured as a top-tier talent by Crimson Emperor. It wouldn't be long before she enters the A-League at this rate. Unless Instructor S, H, I, plus has incredibly high combat standards, why would she attend his CLA? SS? Many students were originally unfamiliar with S, H, I, plus Feng's name. However, thanks to Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, S, H, I, plus Feng had instantly become the center of attention of the entire academy. After all, whether it was Wu Xiaoxiao or the academy's 4 heavenly kings, every one of them had a dazzling future ahead of them. The fact that these people chose to attend S, H, I, plus Feng CLA, S proved that he wasn't ordinary by any means. For a time, some students started fervently looking into S, H, I, plus Feng's history. In the meantime, inside the faculty office near the teaching block, Yaiwe, this academy of yours really is interesting, Zhuyalan, wearing a short black dress, said as she lazily pointed at a dock. You meant displaying S, H, I, plus Feng's information. To think that the famous Silver Witch in D's domain would go out of her way to attend a junior instructor's lesson. Is this guy really just the former guild leader Shadow? That is the case on paper, at the very least, Lin Yaiwa said as she sorted through the dock. You meant on her desk. However, judging by how he behaves, I find it hard to believe that he is a former guild leader dismissed by his guild. He behaves more like a laid-back princeling instead. In that case, he shouldn't be as simple as he looks. He might even be hiding a lot of secrets. Otherwise, there is no reason why the Silver Witch would attend his CLA. SS, Zhuyalan said, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes as she looked at S, H, I, plus Feng's photo. It really makes you wonder what was going through Lan Hailong's mind to actually exclude such an individual from his guild. Hearing Zhuyalan's words, Lin Yaiwe grew a little exasperated as she said, S, H, I, plus Feng might be extraordinary, but he is still far from being a match for Mr. Black Flame. Have you thought over my proposal yet? I understand your point. Joining Zero Wing in a personal capacity is indeed a good idea for us. However, after thinking it through, I feel that it is best if you give your slot to Big Sis first, Zhuyalan said, her originally lazy expression suddenly becoming serious. You and I both know what kind of talent and strength Big Sis possesses. She is, without a doubt, a monster CLA. SS expert. If not for her family holding her down, she would have long since become a big shot in D's domain. If she can join Zero Wing, it might help resolve her predicament. At that time, with Big Sis's talent, it shouldn't take long before she acquires an invitation slot. It wouldn't be late for me to join at that time. Big Sis, is it? A hint of excitement appeared in Lin Yaoyue's eyes when she heard Zhui Yalin's words. You're right. That might be for the better if we can persuade Big Sis. I'll try to contact her within the next few days. Lin Yaoyue had nothing but praise and admiration for the person she and Zhui Yalin referred to as Big Sis. If not for some problems their Big Sis faced with her family and guild during the early years of D's domain, she would have probably been standing at the top of D's domain right now. Moreover, even before D's domain's launch, their Big Sis had already been regarded as one of the Desses in the virtual gaming world. The Snow Des, Gentle Snow. Chapter 61, Academy's Apex. Chapter 61, Academy's Apex Third Teaching Block. Top floor super large CLA. S room, including SHI plus phone. A total of 35 people occupied the PA Saya CLA. Room that could sit 400 people. Yet, despite less than 10% of the CLA's room being filled, the CLA's room's occupancy had caused an uproar throughout the campus. This was because in just one CLA, HI plus Fong had earned a whopping 220,000 academy points. Even after deducting the 30,000 point fee to use the CLA's room, he would still make a net profit of 190,000 points. With this many points, HI plus Fong had become the undisputed number one on the instructor points list. However, contrasting the noisy campus, the inside of the super large CLA's room was filled with silence. Everyone kept their mouths shut as they focused their attention on HI plus Fong. It was especially true for Qin Wuchen and the other students apprenticed under HI plus Fong. Every one of them wore excited looks on their faces, and they thoroughly pushed their five senses to their limits for fear of missing out on even one of HI plus Feng's words. Our freshmen nowadays, so rich. Liang Feng, who sat in the last row of the CLA's room, couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Qin Wuchen and the others. Liang Feng was aware that HI plus Feng possessed some ability. Otherwise, Qin Zio couldn't have reached the refinement realm under HI plus Feng's tutelage. This was also why Liang Feng had taken the initiative to attend HI plus Feng CLA. However, HI plus Feng CLA was anything but cheap. Even if Qin Wuchen and the others were HI plus Feng's apprentices, they still needed to pay 6,000 points to attend a CLA. This was an amount even Liang Feng didn't possess when he was in his freshman year. Yet all 30 of HI plus Feng students were in attendance right now. It's not that these freshmen are rich, but that instructor HI plus SCLA is really worth the price, Chinzio said with a faint smile. If I were a freshman, I'd even go as far as to pay 60,000 points just to attend one of instructor HI plus SCLA SES, let alone 6,000 points. Keep on boasting, Liang Feng said as he rolled his eyes at Chinzio. Even if instructor HI plus has some abilities, the development of combat standards isn't something that can be done overnight. Your case is just an outlier. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't be stuck with so few refinement realm experts. What you say might be right, Liang Feng, but what Zio said is also correct. Instructor Qi Lianshan said as he observed S. H.I. plus Fong, a rare smile appearing on his face. Instructor S. H.I. plus is indeed an extraordinary individual. Setting aside his teaching standards, he definitely has me beat in combat standards. I wouldn't be a match for him, even if I were still in my prime. You're no match for him, even in your prime, teacher? Is he that strong? Liang Feng couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at S. H.I. plus Feng, who currently stood on the podium. He had personally witnessed Qi Lianshan's true strength. Even at his current deteriorated strength, Qi Lianshan could easily get into the mid to upper ranks in the professional league's B-League should he choose to partake. 1. P8. Qi Lianshan was probably stronger than even the current Wu Xiaoxiao. If Qi Lianshan was still in his prime, he would definitely rank at the top of the B-League. He might even have a chance at qualifying for the A-League. He is far stronger than you think, Qi Lianshan said, chuckling. You might mistake him for your average civilian because he looks and feels so ordinary. However, it is precisely because he is so ordinary that he is scary. He has already reached a level where he can integrate his every movement with his surroundings. Such a person should be a Void Realm expert at the very least. So, how could I, someone who has only ever reached the Flowing Water Realm, match him? Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's explanation, Liang Feng couldn't help but examine S. H.I. plus Feng again seriously. If S. H.I. plus Feng truly was a Void Realm expert, he would be one of the strongest experts in Jinhai City. Even the various superpowers would fight to recruit him. A tiny place like Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy wouldn't be able to accommodate him at all. At this time, even Qin Zio was surprised to hear Qi Lianshan's explanation. Although she had long since known that S. H.I. plus Feng was an internal force expert with high combat standards, she never thought S. H.I. plus Feng's combat standard would be this high. With his combat standard, S. H.I. plus Feng could become a top-level executive if he joined a superpower. He could become a frightening existence that qualified to oversee the management of a royal capital. While Liang Feng and Qin Zio were awed by S. H.I. plus Feng's strength, S. H.I. plus Feng scanned the CLA. S. room and said in a good mood, since N. Oh, body else is joining. Let us begin the CLA. SS. However, as everyone's standard isn't uniform, I will be providing one-on-one instruction to each of you. Which one of you will go first? Instructor S. H.I. plus, can I be the first? Wu Xiaoxiao, who sat in the first row, suddenly stood up, her beautiful silver hair coupled with her otherworldly temperament instantly awing everyone in the CLA. S. room. Sure, come on up, S. H.I. plus Feng said, nodding. He wasn't surprised at all by Wu Xiaoxiao's initiative. Even before entering Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy, S.H.I. plus Feng had already heard of Wu Xiaoxiao's name. Now that Wu Lingling had become his student, Wu Xiaoxiao would certainly come to test him. S.H.I. plus Feng had no intentions of letting Wu Lingling go. After all, Zero Wing was a guild, and a guild needed experts if it wanted to grow stronger. Not to mention, D's Domain had never been a single-player game. Meanwhile, although Wu Lingling and the others might not be the most talented players out there, they were still considerably talented. So long as he nurtured them well, they could quickly be of help to him. This was also one of the reasons why he had chosen to come to the D's Domain Academy in the first place. There was no place more suitable for recruiting rookies than in the D's Domain Academy. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly walked up to the podium in a few steps and stared at S.H.I. plus Feng with a penetrating gaze. C.R.A.P. What an exciting situation right off the bat. Liang Feng became greatly interested when Wu Xiaoxiao got onto the podium. The name of the silver, which was unique in the D's Domain Academy. the silver which was much stronger than the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. She had also reached the refinement realm long ago. Meanwhile, although Wu Xiaoxiao had stated that she had come here for guidance today, everyone present knew that that wasn't her goal at all. Instead, she had come here to determine whether S.H.I. plus Feng was qualified to teach Wu Lingling or not. Stay focused, Qi Lianshan reprimanded as he looked at Liang Feng. Wu Xiaoxiao must have gained a significant harvest after her training in Crimson Emperor. If you wish to fight for a high position in D's domain in the future, she will inevitably become a mountain that you have to cross. MHM. Immediately, Liang Feng and Chen Zio took on a serious attitude. Now that the miniature ancient world was released, a new generation of experts would also emerge. If they wanted to achieve something in D's domain in the future, they would have to triumph over these new experts. After all, D's domain had limited resources, so the number of players that could stand at the top was naturally limited as well. Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Log into your ID, S.H.I. plus Feng said to Wu Xiaoxiao as he pointed at the virtual gaming cabins situated beside the podium. Due to D's domain's global popularity and increasing relevance in the real world, entertainment and training centers weren't the only ones with virtual combat rooms nowadays. Even the various D's domain academies would have virtual training facilities. Meanwhile, the super-large CLA's room came equipped with over 100 holographic imaging equipment that could perfectly replicate a person's D's domain character in the CLA's room. Moreover, users could operate their characters as if they were moving their real bodies. There wouldn't be any delay in control whatsoever. With this equipment, instructors could provide more in-depth guidance to students, even without entering D's domain. After hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Wu Xiaoxiao got into a virtual gaming cabin without hesitation. Then, a moment later, a silver-haired woman holding a crystal staff and wearing a golden robe appeared on the podium that measured over 12 meters in radius. That's the Crimson Meteor. I can't believe Dazzle Wave actually gave her one of their most prized weapons. Liang Feng exclaimed, feelings of shock and envy appearing in his eyes when he saw the crystal staff in Wu Xiaoxiao's hand. The crystal staff was named Crimson Meteor, and it ranked 99th in the D's domain epic weapon list. One shouldn't underestimate the epic staff simply because it was ranked 99th. The D's domain epic weapon list was a list the Secret Pavilion created, and it featured only 100 of the best epic weapons that existed in the current D's domain. Every epic weapon on the list was a supreme weapon capable of rivaling fragmented legendary weapons, and players could use them up to level 150 without having to change weapons. Her robe is not much inferior to the Crimson Meteor, either, Chinzio said, her eyes similarly filled with jealousy when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. The Starlight 8-piece set. This is the epic set equipment that Skyfrost relied on to become a famed smith. I heard that only 3 sets were made. Back when it was first created, one Starlight set could go for a plot of golden land in any of the 5 holy cities. It sure is great to have a major power's backing. She's practically unstoppable in the miniature ancient world with such equipment. I think she can even fight against the mythic monsters in the miniature ancient world, Liang Feng said with a bitter smile. While combat standards were indeed important in D's domain, weapons and equipment were even more important. This was because weapons and equipment served as the foundation of players, whereas combat standards acted as a bonus to this foundation. Without proper equipment, the benefits a player could reap from their combat standard would be significantly reduced. To offer an example, imagine an ordinary player geared in top-tier equipment rated at 100 points. If this ordinary player was capable of exhibiting only 50% of their actual combat power, the actual combat power of this player would be rated at 50 points. Then, Imagine a top-tier player capable of exhibiting 90% of their actual combat power geared in average equipment rated at 50 points. The actual combat power of this top-tier player would be rated at only 45 points. Despite having vastly superior combat standards, the top-tier player with average equipment would still be inferior to the ordinary player with top-tier equipment. This was the harsh reality players needed to face in virtual reality games, such as D's Domain. Not to mention, combat power was only one of the many bonuses players had to boost their combat power. After factoring in other bonuses, the gap between the two players would only continue to grow. Although Liang Feng and Chen Xiao had also received secret invitations from many first-rate guilds, the amount of support these first-rate guilds were willing to provide them definitely wasn't close to the support Wu Xiaoxiao had received from Dazzle Wave. Now, not only were they inferior to Wu Xiaoxiao in terms of combat standards, but they were also inferior to her in terms of equipment standards. It was a truly despairing situation. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. Plus Feng scrutinized Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment for a moment, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Your equipment is good. Do you have any specific guidance you want to receive?" Others might think that Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment standard was excellent, but it could only be considered average for S.H.I. Plus Feng. It was especially true now that the current D's Domain had yet to join the greater D's Domain. These so-called top-tier weapons and equipment would only be useful in the current D's Domain. Once this subworld gained access to the greater D's Domain, over 99% of the currently available weapons and equipment would fall into disuse. The reason for this was simple. It was because the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of this subworld was vastly inferior to the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of other subworlds. In other, more developed subworlds, all of the weapons and equipment they produced were close to rivaling mana weapons and equipment. Not only did the items these outer worlds created carry mana, but they could even be repaired using magic crystals. Meanwhile, these mana-imbued items gave players an easier time to use combat techniques, mana techniques, skills, spells, etc., drastically increasing their combat power. Simply put, the bonuses provided by the current D's Domain's equipment came in the form of addition, whereas the bonuses provided by Outer World equipment came in the form of multiplication. During S.H.I. Plus Feng's previous life, it had been a huge shock to everyone when they discovered the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of more developed subworlds. Meanwhile, after hearing S.H.I. Plus Feng's question, Wu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before Hidden Soul's figure suddenly popped into her mind. Then she asked, "I have been having trouble facing the ambush of S. Since recently Instructor S.H.I. Plus. Is there any way I can deal with these ambushes?" After training with Hidden Soul, Wu Xiaoxiao had come to appreciate the terror of S. sins. At the same time, she came to realize how unprepared she was for melee combat. Although she had racked her mind for solutions, not once did she manage to dodge or block Hidden Soul's attacks throughout their several hour-long training session. As soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Qin Wuchen and the others also promptly perked up their ears. Big Sis is so cunning. She's actually having Instructor S.H.I. Plus to help her answer Instructor Soul's challenge. Wu Lingling grew speechless when she heard her elder sister's question. Even so, she still couldn't help but lean forward a little to hear S.H.I. Plus Feng's response. Cope with an ASSA. Sin's ambush? Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao S.H.I. Plus Feng calmly said, "That's simple. You just need to reach the Flowing Water Realm." Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Reach the Flowing Water Realm. Wu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes in disbelief. However, when she looked at S.H.I. Plus Feng's expression, it didn't seem like the other party was joking with her. Then, revealing a bitter smile, she said, That is indeed a good solution, but reaching the flowing water realm is easier said than done. Instructor SHI+. I might have reached the refinement realm for some time already, but I have yet to reach the flowing water realm's threshold. Wu Xiaoxiao naturally yearned to reach the flowing water realm. After all, refinement realm experts were merely considered entry-level experts in the various superpowers. Only after reaching the flowing water realm would an expert be regarded as a mainstay by the various superpowers and granted important tasks to handle. This was because flowing water realm experts could single-handedly influence the outcome of a battle involving thousands of ordinary experts. However, reaching the flowing water realm wasn't an easy feat. The flowing water realm's principles could be regarded as an upgraded form of the refinement realm's principles. To reach the flowing water realm, a player would need to extend the range of their control past their body and onto their opponents. Essentially, one would have to predict the opponent's movements and respond using the most efficient method, and the whole process had to be completed in one go. It could be considered an extreme way of utilizing the refinement realm's principles. This was why the various superpowers believed that the flowing water realm was a realm of painstaking effort. So long as a refinement realm expert invested enough time and effort into training, they would be able to reach the flowing water realm without fail. Meanwhile, according to the evaluation Wu Xiaoxiao received from Blue Gown, the head instructor of Crimson Emperor's special training, she would need to train hard for at least half a year before she could reach the flowing water realm. It might even take her up to a year, depending on the circumstances. The fact that you haven't touched the threshold yet shows that your training method is wrong or that you've taken a detour, SHI+ Feng said as he called up the CLA. Shroom's virtual interface. I will set up some arrow attacks now, so try to dodge and block as many as you can. We'll see where your problem lies. Other than having the function to simulate in-game characters, the super large CLA Shrooms also had the function of setting up a variety of training methods. A moment later, 30 holographic archers appeared around Wu Xiaoxiao, each archer having strength that was 30% higher than Wu Xiaoxiao's. The advantage in strength made it difficult for the testi to block them, and this could be considered one of the most rudimentary methods of testing one's dodging capabilities. After setting up the test, SHI+ Feng looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "If you have no more questions, we will begin now." After sweeping a glance at the archers around her and memorizing their positions, Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "I'm ready." At this time, everyone else in the CLA's Shroom also started paying close attention to the podium. They were all curious to find out how many arrows Wu Xiaoxiao could dodge at a time. This arrow dodging training method was very common in D's domain, faced against archers with superior strength attributes SES other than the ASSA. S in CLA's S would have difficulty achieving a good result. It was especially true for magical SSES. Within the standard 30-yard range, even a magical CLA's expert who had reached the refinement realm could, at most, dodge 12 or 13 arrows simultaneously when they were at Tier 3. After all, the arrows were incredibly fast, with the arrows needing to cover a distance of only 30 yards. Even if one managed to predict where the arrows would come from, there was still a limit to the responses one could make with a Tier 3 physique. We'll start with 5 arrows for the first round, SHI+ Feng said. Whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus immediately, 5 arrows launched into the air, each flying toward Wu Xiaoxiao from different directions. This drastically reduced the SPAC Wu Xiaoxiao had to maneuver around, and she would have no choice but to improvise if she didn't want to get cornered. However, Wu Xiaoxiao didn't even blink when facing the 5 arrows. Calmly, she did a sidestep followed by a turn, her actions resulting in the 5 arrows grazing past the edges of her robe. The degree of control she had over her body had already reached a perfect level, and she did not execute even a single unnecessary movement. What a beautifully executed evasive maneuver! Liang Feng marveled. Is this Wu Xiaoxiao's current strength? Chun Zhao clenched her fists when she saw the unfazed expression on Wu Xiaoxiao's face. Although she had already reached the refinement realm, she was still nothing but a joke compared to the current Wu Xiaoxiao. After Wu Xiaoxiao successfully dodged the first volley of arrows, the second volley of 10 arrows quickly followed. Meanwhile, the sight of 10 archers firing their arrows at Wu Xiaoxiao simultaneously stressed Wu Lingling and the other spectating students. Such a situation was even scarier than getting surrounded by 10 monsters. After all, even if 10 monsters surrounded them, only a few of these monsters could attack them at a time. However, that was not the case for the arrows launched by archers. Moreover, with all 10 arrows coming in from different directions, even if their minds managed to perceive the trajectory of these arrows, their bodies wouldn't be able to execute the necessary amount of responses to dodge all of them. However, unlike Wu Lingling and the others, Wu Xiaoxiao still didn't feel pressured when faced with the 10 oncoming arrows. Similar to before, she moved about the podium leisurely as if she was dancing, her movements resulting in the arrows missing their mark and harmlessly grazing past her robe. It wasn't until the fourth volley of arrows that Wu Xiaoxiao got hit. Faced with 20 arrows flying at her simultaneously, Wu Xiaoxiao could no longer dodge all of them perfectly. So, she chose to block a portion of them using her staff. However, in doing so, the resulting impact forced her body out of position, and she ended the round with 3 arrows in her body. The test also came to an end along with the 4th round. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao's performance had stunned the spectating crowd, and everyone couldn't help but applaud her in admiration. 17 arrows. Wu Xiaoxiao is truly a terrifying genius. I was nowhere close to achieving such a result when I was still at the refinement realm, Qilian Shan exclaimed. The arrow test was one of D's domain's more notorious strength tests. Typically, those capable of dodging 12 arrows were experts who had already reached the refinement realm, while those capable of dodging 18 arrows were flowing water realm experts. The fact that Wu Xiaoxiao had managed to dodge 17 arrows proved that she was already at the peak of the refinement realm and that she was only half a step away from reaching the flowing water realm. Her previous statement of not having reached the flowing water realm's threshold was definitely false. This is my current limit, Instructor S. H.I. May I know if there are any problems with my training method? Wu Xiaoxiao asked S. H.I. Feng as she got down from the podium. Wu Xiaoxiao felt that she had already done her best in this test. During the 4th round, she had perceived the trajectories of all 20 arrows. She had also executed all of her movements flawlessly. Yet, she simply couldn't dodge all of the arrows. She found it hard to imagine what else she could have done to evade more arrows. The problem is Ma. S. Civ. S. H.I. Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. The reason why the flowing water realm is called as such is because the Pract. 1. Tionier needs to keep their heart as calm as water and their body moving like flowing water. You've gotten the calm part down, but you've never even considered the other part. Rather than a player, you've treated yourself as a great mage instead. But how can I possibly block those arrows? Wu Xiaoxiao said, feeling somewhat unconvinced. She had tried blocking those arrows before. However, it was precisely because she tried to block them that she ended up breaking her stance. After all, she was only a Tier 3 Great Mage, not a Tier 3 Berserker. Is that so? Seeing that Wu Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced, S.H.I. Feng put on the auxiliary guidance helmet and said, I will demonstrate it to you only once. How much you can gain from it is up to you. The super-large CLA S. Sroom's auxiliary guidance helmet allowed instructors to directly manipulate their students' in-game characters. Although the character's handling wouldn't be as smooth compared to a character controlled using a virtual gaming cabin, The owner of the controlled character could get a first-person's point of view of their character's movements. Upon receiving the prompt to share her character's control, Wu Xiaoxiao accepted it without hesitation. She was curious to see how a swordsman like S.H.I. plus Feng would control a great mage to dodge all those arrows. Let's begin. After taking over Wu Xiaoxiao's character, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly started the test again. Immediately, 5 arrows launched toward S.H.I. plus Feng. However, instead of taking evasive maneuvers like Wu Xiaoxiao's S.H.I. plus Feng swung the staff in his hand horizontally. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, the 5 arrows bounced off course and struck the ground. Following the 5 arrows were 10 arrows, 15 arrows, 20 arrows, 30 arrows. Even though the arrows he faced kept increasing, S.H.I. plus Feng did not move an inch from his position. He simply swung around the staff in his hand, knocking down every oncoming arrow before they could land on him. Moreover, his movements were so fast that they were practically invisible to the naked eye. It simply wasn't a speed the average tier 3 great mage could achieve with their weapon. Even until the end of the test, Wu Xiaoxiao's character remained standing in its original position. The only difference was that a large number of arrows had appeared around its feet. Chapter 64, Above the Apex. Chapter 64, Above the Apex. This is a great mage. Liang Feng and Chanzio couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the arrows embedded in the ground around Wu Xiaoxiao's character. Magical CLA. SES were known for being made out of paper in D's domain. Moreover, they were also the weakest in strength and agility. This was because most, if not all, magical CLA S players would invest the free attribute points they received from leveling up into intelligence. Thus, compared to CLA SES that prioritized strength and agility, magical CLA SES were vastly inferior in reaction speed and melee confrontations. Yet when SHI plus Feng controlled Wu Xiaoxiao's character, rather than a great mage, the character performed as if it were a war OD instead. How is this possible? Wu Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded when she saw the arrows scattered around her character. Compared to Liang Feng and the other spectators, Wu Xiaoxiao had experienced firsthand the impact transmitted through the staff when SHI plus Feng deflected those arrows. Thus, she could tell that under SHI plus Feng's manipulation, the intensity of the impact was much lower than when she was the one manipulating the staff. However, compared to the significantly dampened impact force, what surprised her the most was the speed at which SHI plus Feng swung the staff. As a great mage, Wu Xiaoxiao could confidently say that she was the most knowledgeable out of everyone in the CLA room regarding the limitations of a great mage. Meanwhile, based on her understanding, she knew that it should be physically impossible for a great mage to swing their staff fast enough to block even 15 arrows, let alone 30 arrows. However, after replaying SHI plus Feng's actions in her mind one more time, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly came to a realization as she asked, "Is it strength as 1? It's good that you understand," SHI plus Feng said, nodding after removing the auxiliary guidance helmet from his head. Previously, when Wu Xiaoxiao was dodging the arrows, she had indeed exerted perfect control over her body, using minimal movements to dodge the oncoming arrows. However, by separately manipulating her various body parts, Wu Xiaoxiao had forgotten that her body was actually one big mechanism. She might have succeeded in manipulating the various parts in this big mechanism without making any unnecessary movements, but she had failed to manipulate this mechanism as a whole. She had only used individual parts of her body to cope with the oncoming arrows instead of using her entire body. This was a common problem all magical CLA players faced. They might have top-tier control over their minute movements, but they failed to exert their entire body's strength to cope against attacks like melee players. Conversely, by virtue of how Melee SES functioned, Melee players had a much easier time reaching the flowing water realm. They only needed to learn how to exert minute control over their various body parts to reach the flowing water realm. Afterward, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the arrows surrounding her again and smiled bitterly, saying, "But even if I achieve strength as one, I doubt I can perform to such an extent." She wasn't a fool. While SHI plus Feng had indeed performed the strength as one technique necessary to reach the flowing water realm, the average flowing water realm expert could only cope against 18 arrows. Yet not only did SHI plus Feng manage to cope with 30 arrows, but he had also done so without evading any of them. He had thoroughly blocked all 30 arrows, using his staff without moving a single step. It should be known that even Void Realm experts could only cope against 27 arrows after HI plussing strength as one to its limits. There was no way a Void Realm expert could deal with 30 arrows as easily as SHI plus Feng. There was no doubt that SHI plus Feng's combat standard had already reached the apex of D's domain. No, he might even be above the apex. Amazing. Truly amazing. Qi Lianshan couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at SHI plus Feng. Never in my dreams did I imagine that such a mighty expert would appear in our Jinhai University. So this is the true flowing water realm. This is the true flowing water realm. Chunzio's eyes also lit up with excitement. Previously, she had been wondering how she could further improve herself after reaching the refinement realm. After all, even her instructor, Qi Lianshan, didn't know the exact method to do so. The only solution he could offer was to train her control over her minute movements to its limits. However, after seeing SHI plus Feng's display, she already had an idea of how she should proceed. So this is the difference between the refinement realm and flowing water realm. Liang Feng also came to a realization when he heard Qi Lianshan's words. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but fall into thought as he wondered. But why would Shadow dismiss such an expert? Is Shadow crazy? However, Liang Feng didn't dwell too deeply into the matter, focusing on the CLA. Instead. Subsequently, SHI plus Feng started providing one-on-one guidance to the rest of the CLA. Even Qi Lianshan couldn't help but pose a few questions to SHI plus Feng. By the end of the CLA, everyone in the CLA, Sroom had received a significant harvest. It was especially true for Liang Feng, becoming the second student after Chinzio to reach the refinement realm under SHI plus Feng's guidance. Meanwhile, after the CLA, ended, Qi Lianshan hurriedly approached SHI plus Feng, who was just about to exit the CLA, and asked, "Instructor SHI plus, may I know if you'll allow people outside the academy to attend your CLA?" Chapter 65, Rising Again in the Miniature Ancient World. Chapter 65, Rising Again in the Miniature Ancient World. Instructor SHI plus, may I know if you'll allow people outside the academy to attend your CLA? Qi Lianshan sincerely asked as he looked at SHI plus Feng. "Of course, I will pay the 10,000 academy points as usual. I will also pay for the expenses of this super-large CLA's room." People outside the academy, SHI plus Feng was a little surprised by Qi Lianshan's words. "Is that allowed?" "The academy isn't against it. It is fine so long as the instructor agrees," Qi Lianshan explained. "I know this is a troublesome request for you, but I really can't think of anyone else who can help my niece, Instructor SHI plus." Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's words, the students and instructors in the hallway fell silent. Am I dreaming? Instructor Qi is actually asking Instructor SHI plus to teach his niece? What's wrong with Instructor Chi's niece? You might not know it since you're a freshman, but Instructor Chi's niece is someone amazing. She used to be a genius mythology, specifically went out of its way to recruit, and she had already reached the refinement realm at the age of 16. However, for some reason, she stopped improving after entering mythology. Eventually, mythology kicked her out, and she is now attending Tianshu University's G.O.D's Domain Academy, the #1 academy in our province. She still hasn't resolved this problem even until now. Seeing that Instructor Chi is asking Instructor S, HI plus for help, does that mean Instructor S, HI plus has a solution? That's most likely the case. This is Instructor Chi we're talking about after all. The fact that he made such a request shows that he acknowledges Instructor S, HI plus S abilities. The bystanders exchanged words with one another, and everyone couldn't help but look at S, HI plus Feng with curious gazes. They wondered what abilities S, HI plus Feng possessed to receive Qi Lianshan's acknowledgement. At the same time, they also came to understand that from today onward, their G.O.D's Domain Academy would probably be welcoming its 5th senior instructor. After all, apart from Qi Lianshan, Wu Xiaoxiao, and 2 of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings also acknowledged and revered S, HI plus Feng greatly. This was more than enough to show how high S, HI plus Feng's teaching standard was. Okay. You can bring her over the next time I have a CLA. S-H-I plus Feng said after thinking it over. Accepting Qi Lianshan's request wouldn't do him much harm, and he could also save on a significant expense. Thanks a lot, Instructor S-H-I plus. Qi Lianshan was overjoyed when he heard S-H-I plus Feng's answer. Immediately he bid goodbye to S-H-I plus Feng and ran to contact his niece to have her hurry over to Jinhai City. Subsequently, when S-H-I plus Feng arrived downstairs and was about to exit the teaching block, Luo Tiancheng suddenly appeared in his way with a gloomy and manic look on his face. You've really hidden yourself well, S-H-I plus Feng. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. It seems President Lan and I have underestimated you, Luo Tiancheng said, sneering as he glared at S-H-I plus Feng. First it was Wu Lingling, then it was Chen Xiao. Now, even Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan are treating you with respect. You really are basking in glory right now. Unfortunately, what use is there for you to have glory alone? President Lan originally only planned to put some pressure on you. However, President Lan is very angry now that you've made Shadow lose face. I heard that Blackie and the others were involved in getting you into Jinhai University. What are you trying to say? S-H-I plus Feng suddenly had a bad premonition. Nothing. You are now a celebrity at Jinhai University. What can Shadow possibly do to you? Luo Tiancheng said, smiling. The most we can do is take away Blackie and the others' accounts and drive them out of Shadow. After all, a small place like Shadow can't afford to accommodate big shots like you. Shadow was indeed incapable of doing anything to S-H-I plus Feng right now. However, it was different for Blackie and S-H-I plus Feng's other close friends. How ruthless of Lan Hailong. Blackie and the others have not done anything to betray Shadow, S-H-I plus Feng said, his expression turning cold when he thought about his brother-in-arms. Unlike him, Blackie and the others didn't have much money saved up. While it was true that they earned much higher wages than the average white-collar worker, they had also invested a lot of money into G.O.D's domain. Thus, they didn't get to save a lot of money throughout these years. Blackie and the others were no longer young. If they suddenly lost their income source and the accounts they've operated for all these years, even making a living would become a problem for them in the future. Who told them to be involved with you? Luo Tiancheng laughed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for behaving arrogantly. President Lon wouldn't have gotten so angry if you hadn't behaved excessively in the academy and made Shadow into a laughingstock. Good. Very good. S.H.I. Plus Fong also laughed. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, I didn't plan to deal with you people if you didn't provoke me, but since Lon Hailong wants to play, tell this to him for me. Since I can bring up Shadow to its current state, I can naturally make it disappear from D's domain as well. Good. I'll be sure to relay these words. After saying so, Luo Tiancheng let out a contemptuous laugh and walked away. The current Shadow was no longer the same as before. The guild now had world domination backing it, let alone Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan. Even the Soulfire Adventure team couldn't make Shadow disappear from D's domain. Meanwhile, after Luo Tiancheng left, S.H.I. Plus Fong promptly gave Blackie a call. Brother Fong? What's with the sudden call? The slightly chubby Blackie asked in surprise. I heard about your matter already. With an apologetic look on his face, S.H.I. Plus Fong said, It's all my fault that you guys... What are you talking about, Brother Fong? How can this be your fault? Lon Hailong would have found some other reason to get rid of us old people, even without your matter. Moreover, we have long since felt dissatisfied with that ungrateful bee. A.S.T.A.R.D. He has no ability whatsoever. Yet he wants to blindly issue commands every day. We can't be happier now that we've left Shadow. Blackie said nonchalantly. Also, so what if we've left Shadow? With our abilities, what guild wouldn't want to recruit us? However, despite Blackie's words, S.H.I. Plus Fong knew that it wouldn't be easy for Blackie and the others to join a good guild. It was especially true now that they were in their 30s. While it was true that there were no age restrictions for players to develop their combat standards in D's domain, the brain activity of players would deteriorate once they entered their 30s. It would become much more difficult for such players to reach higher combat standards in D's domain. Hence, the various powers in D's domain would rather recruit youngsters whose combat standards were only at the Trial Tower's 5th floor than recruit older experts at the 6th or 7th floor standards. It was especially true if these older experts used to belong to other guilds. There was no saying whether these experts might be secretly working as spies. It just so happens that I have something I want to tell you guys. I recently formed a guild, so I'm wondering if you're interested in joining? Chapter 66, One Reason. Chapter 66. One reason you formed a guild, Brother Fong. Blackie was momentarily stunned when he heard S.H.I. Plus Feng's words. Then, immediately afterward, he revealed an excited look as he said, That's great. We'll join. We'll definitely join you. Our initial plan was to contact you about joining the guild Qianlu is forming. Anyway, with this, we can start something big in the miniature ancient world. Su Qianlu is also forming a guild. Old memories started surfacing in S.H.I. Plus Feng's mind when he heard this name. Ice Queen Su Qianlu. She was one of Shadow's 5 demon generals, and she was also one of the guild's few rare beauties. Lon Hailong's cousin brother had fervently tried to pursue Su Qianlu initially, and Lon Hailong had also put a lot of pressure onto her to coerce her into entering a relations. H.I. plus P with his cousin. Eventually, Su Qianlu got fed up with Ahara. Meant choosing to delete her account and leave Shadow. At the time, many of Shadow's outer members were Su Qianlu's fans. So, upon learning of her departure, these players also left Shadow and formed an adventure team with Su Qianlu. When Su Qianlu left, S.H.I. Plus Fong would often have Blackie secretly siphon some of Shadow's resources to help Su Qianlu's adventure team. As a result, Su Qianlu's adventure team quickly made a name for themselves in the Black Dragon Empire and received many recruitment offers from large guilds. However, as far as S.H.I. Plus Fong recalled, Su Qianlu never agreed to merge her adventure team with any guild. Qianlu does have such intentions, Blackie answered. Now that the miniature ancient world has just opened, she thinks it's a good opportunity to set up a new guild. She has long since started preparing for this, and she has even found several investors. I heard the total investment capital she got is quite significant. Now, all that's left is to form a guild in the miniature ancient world and decide which NPC city to develop in. When Qianlu learned that we had left Shadow, she contacted us and asked us about joining her. She even said that it'd be best if I could get you to join her as well. Now that everyone's in agreement, we can start a conquest in the miniature ancient world together. She's already found investors. A slight frown formed on S.H.I. plus Feng's face. MHM. These investors are betting a lot on the miniature ancient world. Each of them has promised at least several $100 million to Qianlu. We can even set up our headquarters in Jinhai City's city center with that kind of money. Moreover, with this capital, not only can we start guild operations immediately, but we can also recruit a bunch of independent experts. I believe it won't take more than 2 months before we can establish a foothold in the miniature ancient world, Blackie said in a pa-cyanate tone. Seeing that Blackie was about to continue speaking, S.H.I. plus Feng quickly interrupted him and said, I don't intend on taking any investments for the guild formed, Blackie. No investments. Blackie couldn't help but take a second look at S.H.I. plus Feng when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Brother Feng, things are no longer the same as when G.O.D's domain first launched. Back then, everyone only treated G.O.D's domain as another game, but G.O.D's domain has already become an integral part of real life. Even if the miniature ancient world's launch is a good opportunity to establish a guild, you should know that H.I. plusing a guild costs a lot of money. If we don't offer enough benefits, there's no way we can attract any players to join. Not to mention, before the guild starts making a profit, the guild still needs to feed a bunch of people. I understand. S.H.I. plus Feng nodded. Then he smiled and said, but I will think of a solution for these problems. So, are you still willing to join my guild after learning about my decision? S.H.I. plus Feng naturally knew about the various problems one would meet when established. H.I. plusing a guild in G.O.D's domain, which was why he chose to establish the Candlelight Hotel first. After all, maintaining a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when the guild still lacked their own territory and guild town. He couldn't possibly ask the guild's members to work for free. People still needed to live. What is the guild's name? Blackie curiously asked instead of answering. Zero Wing. It is currently a small guild with only a few members, S.H.I. plus Feng said. Zero Wing. Nodding, Blackie said, good name. I'll contact the others right away and meet up with you in the game. Sure. Come over to 100 Flow City, and I'll take you guys out to level, S.H.I. plus Feng said, smiling. It's a deal, Blackie said with a helpless smile. But I'll also have to go talk to Qianlu about this. She came to us with sincerity after all. Do you have a way to get her to join us? S.H.I. plus Feng asked. If she joins us, it'll boost our guild's management and overall strength significantly. Su Qianlu used to be one of Shadow's 5 demon generals, so her combat standards and talent naturally went without saying. She only failed to realize her true potential because she failed to get sufficient resources during her time with Shadow. During S.H.I. plus Feng's previous life, Su Qianlu had been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert in Zero Wing. If he could get Su Qianlu to join Zero Wing again, it would undoubtedly help him a lot. I'm afraid it'll be difficult, Blackie said, shaking his head. You should know that she has her own team now, Brother Feng. She needs to be responsible for those people. Moreover, it had taken her great pains to persuade those investors. Getting her to abandon those investors to join us will be very tough, unless we can provide her with a convincing enough reason. There is absolutely no way she will take the risk. A convincing reason. After thinking for a moment, S.H.I. plus Feng smiled and said, "Sure, give her a call, and I'll give her a convincing reason." Chapter 67, Zero Wings Benefits. Chapter 67, Zero Wings Benefits. Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. Roughly 30 to 50,000 new players appeared in the city's magnificent and ancient plaza every day. The huge influx of players quickly turned the city that used to be dominated by NPCs into a city dominated by players. So, this is the miniature ancient world. The mana here is so dense. So this is why the various powers are desperately trying to get in on the action. Among the hundreds of players that had just appeared in the plaza, a few dozen players wearing beginner's gear looked around with hopeful and curious looks on their faces. Unlike most of the players around them, these several dozen players looked to be in their 30s on average. Some of them even looked like they were 35 years old or older. These players could be regarded as older generation players in the current D's domain. Blackie, does the guild leader plan on developing in this place? This isn't a bad place. The player traffic here is comparable to royal capitals. It'll be much easier for us to recruit players in the future. But we came here a few days later than everyone else. We don't even have any good equipment right now, either. I'm afraid we'll have to work overtime if we want to catch up. Does the guild leader have any arrangements in mind, Blackie? The group of veteran players asked questions one after another as they looked at the slightly chubby man standing at the head of their group, their faces filled with expectations. Since Brother Feng asked us to come here, he should be planning on using this place as a base, Blackie said, smiling when he saw everyone's enthusiasm. Although Brother Feng says that he has already established his guild, I still don't know what the exact situation surrounding it is. We should apply to join the guild first and see what arrangements Brother Feng has for us. Everyone nodded and followed Blackie to the Adventurers A.S. Association. Then they applied to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, SHI plus Feng, who was planning the guild's management system and point system in the Adventurer A.S. Association's temporary guild lounge, couldn't help but smile when he saw Blackie entering the lounge. "Aren't you moving a little too fast? I just finished setting the guild regulations. Yet you've brought everyone here already. Anyway, come and take a look at the regulations I've set." Creating a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially important to get the guild's organizational structure and promotion system right during the guild's inception. If these matters weren't handled properly, it would lead to big problems when more players join the guild in the future. However, SHI plus Feng was already familiar with these matters, so it didn't take much effort for him to write everything down. After reading the regulations SHI plus Feng had set, Blackie couldn't help but frown and said, "Guild leader, I think your requirements for members are too high. You're asking for combat standards at the Trial Tower's 5th floor late stage just for outer members. That's higher than even the ordinary expert standard right now. You can become at least an internal member in a third-rate guild with such standards. You're even asking for the 6th floor middle stage standard for official members and the 7th floor early stage standard for internal members." Blackie felt that SHI plus Feng was joking when he read the various rank requirements. It should be known that even veteran players like themselves were only at the 7th floor early stage standard. Meanwhile, they were already considered first-rate experts in D's domain. Otherwise, Su Qianlu wouldn't have invited them to create a guild together. In the current D's domain, a first-rate expert could receive an elite member's treatment at the very least in a first-rate guild, while most would receive the treatment of core members. In a small guild, a first-rate expert would be granted the position of guild executive or vice commander of a legion. Yet, in Zero Wing, first-rate experts were only qualified to become internal members. These requirements are indeed a little high for the current D's domain, SHI plus Feng said, not surprised by Blackie's evaluation. However, he didn't continue elaborating on the matter. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How did your talk with Su Qianlu go?" "She says she wants to meet and talk in detail first, but we need to go to Rock Devil City first. Also, she is currently in a meeting with the investors, so it'll take another 6 or 7 hours before she can meet us," Blackie said, shaking his head. Judging by her response, I think it'll be tough to sway her thoughts. After all, she has over $1 billion in investments dangled in front of her. It's fine so long as she has agreed to meet, SHI Plus Fong said with a faint smile. Since we have another 6 hours to waste, go and gather everyone. Since everyone trusts me so much, I naturally can't mistreat you all. Guild leader, don't tell me you're planning on digging up your life savings for us? When Blackie heard SHI Plus Fang's words, he hurriedly said, "We might not have saved up a lot all these years. We can still make do with what we have. You don't need to dig into your pockets." Seeing Blackie's anxious look, SHI Plus Fong laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I have that much money? Didn't you think that I set the guild standards too high just now? I'm planning to let you guys see whether the benefits our guild offers are worth the high requirements. Is that the case? I'll call them over, then." Blackie nodded and left the lounge. A short time later, 63 players gathered in the lounge. Every one of these players used to be a first-rate expert in Shadow, and a few of them were even team leaders and vice-team leaders in Shadow's main force in the past. If it weren't for their growing age and stagnating development, Lon Hailong wouldn't have been so ruthless as to dismiss so many first-rate experts from the guild at a time. "What did you call us over for, guild leader? Are we going out to grind?" Everyone revealed excited expressions when they looked at SHI Plus Fong. Ever since SHI Plus Fong became Shadow's guild leader, they never really got the opportunity to team up anymore. So it had been a very, very long time since they last teamed up and grinded together. "No, I only called you here to distribute the guild's internal member benefits to you," SHI Plus Fong said, shaking his head. "I believe all of you should be aware of the miniature ancient world's uniqueness. Here, you get the opportunity to reconstruct your mana bodies. Our guild might not have a lot of funds or resources right now, but our guild has a mana legacy that can help you construct a better mana body." After saying so, SHI Plus Fong took out the memory crystals he had prepared beforehand and distributed one to every person in the room. "This is a mana technique. Am I dreaming? Aren't mana techniques supposed to be incredibly rare? Even first-rate guilds hardly have any." When Blackie and the others saw the Holy Annihilation mana technique recorded in the memory crystals, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes. "Did you rob D's treasury, guild leader?" Blackie asked, his face filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he looked at SHI Plus Fong. It should be known that mana techniques were one of the best methods available for players to improve their control over mana, and every copy of a mana technique was worth over 10,000 gold. Yet SHI Plus Fong had brought out 63 copies. However, SHI Plus Fong simply chuckled and did not answer Blackie's question. Instead, he said, "We don't have a lot of time, so quickly learn it and head to the Colosseum to reconstruct your mana bodies. We still need to meet with Su Qianlu and give her a convincing reason." "Right. Time is limited." Blackie also revealed an excited expression like the others after hearing SHI Plus Fang's words. "We'll go right away." Chapter 68 S.H.I Plus Fang's means. Chapter 68 S.H.I Plus Fang's means due to the rarity of mana domain legacies in G.O.D's domain. Even geniuses nurtured by the various superpowers had difficulty getting their hands on one. After Blackie and the others received the memory crystals from SHI Plus Fong, Every one of them eagerly rented an advanced training room in the Adventurers Association to inherit the holy annihilation mana technique. Then, in less than an hour, everyone had successfully digested all of the information contained in the memory crystals. What's the rank of this mana technique of yours, guild leader? It feels so powerful. I never thought you could use mana in such a way. I can't believe this mana technique uses multiple magic arrays to channel the various individual elements and utilize them simultaneously, Blackie said, an ecstatic expression on his face after he processed the information he just inherited. Although a holy annihilation was a sword technique, the method in which the technique made use of mana was simply astounding. It was completely different from how he made use of mana normally. Even if he wasn't a swordsman player, he still benefited significantly from the technique. How is it? Are you confident in improving your mana body now? Fong asked, chuckling when he saw Blackie's excited look. And, Body had a better idea than he did regarding the might of the holy annihilation technique. After all, it was the ultimate technique of the heavenly blue saint. It should be known that the Tea of Saint was granted only to people who had reached the extremities of a particular field. Even among Tier 6G, DS, one would rarely find anyone capable of achieving such a feat when competing in their respective fields of expertise. Saints were stronger than even DS. Advanced Silver. With my current grasp over mana and combat standard, I should have no problem securing an advanced silver mana body, Blackie said excitedly. Meanwhile, upon hearing Blackie's answer, everyone else present also started wearing hopeful and expectant looks on their faces. In the past, acquiring a silver mana body was nothing more than a dream for them. Even the strongest among them had only managed to acquire an advanced bronze mana body. Meanwhile, it should be known that most Tier 4 experts only possessed basic silver mana bodies. There were even some Tier 5 experts with silver mana bodies only. If they could secure themselves an advanced silver mana body now, reaching Tier 4 would no longer be a dream. Advanced Silver Fong shook his head when he heard Blackie's answer. It's still a little low. If you want to accomplish anything big in the future, you'll need to have a gold mana body at the very least. Gold? Blackie was rendered speechless momentarily when he heard Fang's words. How can that be possible? Setting aside our control over mana, our combat standards don't even meet the mark. When he was still working in Shadow's middle management, he had researched the Miniature Ancient World's Colosseum. While it was true that the Miniature Ancient World granted everyone a chance to reconstruct their mana body, it wasn't easy to secure this opportunity. If players wanted to acquire a gold mana body, they'd have to take on the Colosseum's Gold Challenge. Meanwhile, the Gold Challenge placed a high requirement on players' combat standards. At the very least, one needed to be a half-step refinement realm expert, geared in top-tier equipment to pass the Gold Challenge. Currently, he was merely at the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage standard. He was still a little ways off from reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. He was also geared in beginner's equipment only. In his current state, the best he could do was complete the Silver Challenge. Meanwhile, everyone else also nodded in agreement with Blackie's words. They would naturally try to obtain a gold mana body if they could. Unfortunately, D's domain was a cruel place. Oftentimes, even if a treasure was placed right before one's eyes, one wouldn't be able to acquire it if one lacked strength. The Colosseum might not allow others to take on the challenge on the challenger's behalf, but it doesn't prohibit others from providing guidance from the side. I'll be instructing you all afterward. Although I can't guarantee that every one of you will make it, I can at least give you the possibility of passing. Fong said, smiling when he saw everyone's lack of confidence. Give us the possibility of passing? Blackie couldn't help but think that Fong was joking with them when he heard Fang's words. He also couldn't help but grow a little confused by plus Feng's recent behavior. It felt like S.H.I. plus Feng had become an entirely different person. It was especially true when he learned that Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan had attended S.H.I. plus Feng CLA. SS. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao was a bona fide refinement realm expert, while Qi Lianshan was a former flowing water realm expert. However, even if S.H.I. plus Feng possessed incredible teaching abilities, it was still too far-fetched to say that his pointers could help them pass the gold challenge. It should be known that combat at the Tier 3 standard happened at very fast speeds. Life and death could be decided within an instant. Although having someone stronger providing guidance from the side would indeed help a little, the amount of help one could receive through this method was limited. Let's just go and give it a try first, S.H.I. plus Feng said, not bothering to explain himself any further. Even if we fail, we'll only lose a few coins. An ordinary expert's guidance might achieve limited results, but a domain realm expert's pointers were a different story. A domain realm expert possessed inhuman control over their surroundings, so it was entirely possible for them to guide others as if they were manipulating their own weapons. Although the effectiveness would be reduced significantly, a domain realm expert manipulating someone could achieve combat standard Serpa. Sing the half-step refinement realm standard. Not to mention, Blackie and the others were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. This would make it even easier to manipulate them. While S.H.I. plus Feng couldn't help them complete the epic challenge, completing the gold challenge wasn't out of the question. Blackie and the others might have their combat standard stuck on the Trial Tower's 7th floor standard. They possessed a wealth of combat experience. Their knowledge over terrain utilization, combat tactics, skill and spell usage, and mana control were comparable to that of younger refinement realm experts. Hence, S.H.I. plus Feng decided to give helping them a try. Meanwhile, everyone felt that S.H.I. plus Feng's words made sense, so they quickly followed S.H.I. plus Feng to the Colosseum. Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana. Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana Miniature Ancient World, Rock Devil City. As a city situated deep in the mountains, Rock Devil City sat at the top of a mountain, overlooking the surrounding mountains while surrounded by a thin layer of mist. Due to the magnificent scenery here, Rock Devil City became crowded with players only a few days after the Miniature Ancient World's opening. Now, the city's player population had already exceeded 10 million, and it could be considered above average among the nearly 1,000 cities in the entire Miniature Ancient World. Apart from the magnificent scenery, Rock Devil City also had something other NPC cities did not. The Thousand Stars Tower. The Thousand Stars Tower was an ancient construction that measured several thousand meters in height. It was also because of this tower's presence that many powers had chosen to establish their base here. The Thousand Stars Tower was essentially a supersized hotel. So long as one could afford the rent, one could rent a residence inside the tower that could accommodate a large number of players. These residences were rentable guild residences in a sense. Meanwhile, in the middle zone of the Thousand Stars Tower, several hundred players clad in level 100 dark gold equipment had gathered in a residence the size of a large shop. These players were of varying ages, with the youngest being only 20 years old while the oldest was already in their 50s. All of these players carried a decisive air around them, and one could tell that these people were veterans of combat at a glance. They were undoubtedly experts who had experienced numerous life or death trials. They were completely different from the sheltered talents nurtured by the various large guilds. "Is there even a need to talk with them, Commander?" a bald, middle-aged guardian knight asked as he looked at the elegant and lovely woman before him. The level 102 guardian knight looked like he was in his mid-40s, and he wore dark gray heavy armor while carrying a spear and ASHI plus ELD on his back. "Of course," the woman wearing light blue robe said, sipping on a cup of refres. "H.I. plussing T as she looked at the mountains outside the window. We were only able to form an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire back then because of Blackie and the guild leader secretly supporting us. We are also in need of experts, currently. Now that they've been kicked out of Shadow, it's a good opportunity for us. But by the looks of it, the guild leader plans to operate without investors. How are we supposed to negotiate with him? The bald knight said. The current D's domain is no longer the same as 10 years ago. Establish. Plussing a large guild is even more difficult than establish. Plussing a listed company. Every aspect of a guild requires money. I'd have no comments if he has money, but does he have any though? Moreover, even if he does have the money, I still don't think he is qualified to be the guild leader. Times have changed, and strength is everything now. He is no more than a Tier 3 expert, even at his peak, and his combat standard is at the half-step refinement realm at maximum. How can he compare to you, Commander? Hearing the Guardian Knight's words, the several hundred players nearby nodded their heads in agreement. At present, Su Qianlu had already become an expert, standing at the peak of Tier 4, and she was a well-known expert even in the Black Dragon Empire. She was completely different from when she was still one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. It was also because of her strength that those investors were willing to invest so much money into helping them establish a guild. That's different. I only got lucky and made a breakthrough, Su Qianlu said, shaking her head. I am not interested in the guild leader position, either. Personally, I'd prefer if we could pull the guild leader and the others to our side. That way, our guild will have a more stable time developing. If that's your decision, we will naturally comply, the Guardian Knight said, sighing. Then he chuckled and continued. Also, you don't have to worry about convincing them. After all, they have no idea how strong we are right now. They probably still think that we are a weak adventure team. Shadow was based in the Starmoon Kingdom, so it was utterly unaware of how their adventure team fared in the Black Dragon Empire and how much improvement their adventure team had made. Initially, their adventure team had only started as a small group of several hundred players. Now, though, the adventure team already had several thousand members. Moreover, their adventure team even had 3 refinement realm experts, 10 half-step refinement realm experts, and nearly 200 first-rate experts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that their adventure team's main force was stronger than even Shadow's main force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Rock Devil City and been able to occupy a residence in the Thousand Stars Tower's middle zone. After all, the cost of renting a residence here was 100,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals per month. Isn't it almost the appointed time? Why aren't they here yet? Do they really think we have a lot of time on our hands? A tall and beautiful girl, carrying a 2-handed saber that was as long as she was tall, said in dissatisfaction. Just wait a little bit longer, Su Qianlu said as she looked at the impatient girl. Then the corners of her mouth curved up slightly as she continued. By the way, I heard that you'd made significant improvements again recently, Snow. Even Firecloud says that he is no longer a match for you. I guess it won't be long before you become our adventure team's #1 expert. The beautiful girl was named Happy Snow, and she was their adventure team's pride. Not only did she reach the refinement realm at a young age, but she had even mastered an advanced combat technique. Her talent was comparable to that of the various superpowers top-tier geniuses. Meanwhile, the fact that she managed to defeat Firecloud, a vice commander in their adventure team, further validated her strength. You're making fun of me again, Big Sis Qianlu, Happy Snow said. Then she glared at the bald Guardian Knight, who was scratching his head awkwardly, and she said, I only won because Uncle Firecloud let me. He never fights me seriously. While Su Qianlu and her companions were chatting merrily with each other, several dozen people appeared outside the residence's courtyard. They're finally here, Firecloud, the bald Guardian Knight, said when he saw S.H.I. plus Fang's group walking into the courtyard. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he said, it seems they brought quite a few first-rate experts with them. Unfortunately, they are overestimating themselves if they think they can convince us with just that. After saying so, Firecloud snapped his finger. Immediately afterward, the players standing around him stopped suppressing their auras exploding forth like an erupting volcano. Many of the players walking on the street outside the residence were even frightened by this situation. Putting on a show of power? S-H-I. Plusphone couldn't help but smile and shake his head when he noticed Firecloud and the others unleash. H-I. Plussing their auras simultaneously. All right then. Blackie, it's best if you show them who's stronger. Roger. Blackie immediately grew excited when he heard S-H-I. Plusfang's words. Then he turned around and said, Brothers, no need to be polite with them. As soon as Blackie finished speaking, the Zero Wing members present quietly nodded and stopped suppressing their auras and mana as well. Boom! Immediately, with Zero Wing's members as the center, a towering pillar of mana visible to the naked eye appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The terrifying Aura Zero Wings members radiated also drowned out the auras of Firecloud and the others. How is this possible? Firecloud couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at Blackie and the others. Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. How can they release such strong mana? This mana, what are the ranks of their mana bodies? Shock filled the hearts of Firecloud and the others as they looked at Blackie's group of 63. At the same time, they couldn't help but grow curious and confused. Everyone present was a veteran expert in D's domain, so they knew that mana radiating from a player's body could only come from two sources. The first source was weapons and equipment that housed powerful mana. The second source was the mana contained within the player's mana body. Typically, weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana were fragmented legendary items at the very least, and few were epic items. The miniature ancient world had only opened recently, so fragmented legendary items couldn't possibly appear among players yet. As for epic weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana, every article was incredibly rare. Even first-rate guilds wouldn't have more than a handful of such epic items. Hence, there was only one explanation for the powerful mana that Blackie and the others radiated. The mana body. Only by having powerful mana bodies could Blackie and the others manipulate and radiate such powerful mana. The mana they currently radiated was so strong that it had elevated the mana density in the courtyard by a small margin. At this time, Su Qianliu's eyes suddenly flashed purple as she scanned Blackie and the others. Immediately afterward, a look of shock appeared on her face. What's their situation, Big Sis Qianliu? Happy Snow asked curiously when she noticed Su Qianliu using her special identification skill. Su Qianliu didn't try to hide the information she just discovered as she said, 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies. 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies? Happy Snow's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Blackie and the others. Uncle Firecloud, didn't you say that they were people Shadow dismissed? Mana bodies served as the foundation of players in D's domain. The stronger a player's mana body, the STU, dear their foundation and the greater their future growth potential. So long as an expert possessed an advanced silver mana body, even if they weren't a genius, first-rate guilds would still cultivate them as if they were geniuses. The reason for this was simple. So long as said expert's combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage, it was almost certain that they could reach Tier 4 if they had sufficient resources. As for the peak silver mana body, which was also the mana body Su Qianliu had reconstructed through the Colosseum, it granted players the foundation to reach Tier 5. Even in the various superpowers, an ordinary expert with a peak silver mana body would receive priority training on par with top-tier geniuses. As for the gold mana body, that was something unattainable by the average expert. At least, that should have been the case. After all, even among the various superpowers, less than 1/3 of their peak experts possessed a gold mana body. Normally, even the various superpowers dared not dismiss a group of experts with such powerful mana bodies, let alone a second-rate guild. Yet, Shadow had done exactly that. At this time, Firecloud had no idea how to answer Happy Snow's question. After all, he, too, failed to process the current situation. For a moment, he even suspected whether S, H, I, plus Fong and the others were the same people he knew. According to his understanding, Shadow didn't even have the ability to muster such a force, much less have the leeway to dismiss it. While Firecloud and the others were still feeling shocked and confused, S, H, I, plus Fong raised his hand and signaled for Blackie and the others to retract their mana. Then he turned to Su Qianlu and said, "Qianlu, I believe Blackie has already told you the details of the situation, so I won't repeat them. All I want to know is whether you are willing to join us right now." Su Qianlu grew hesitant when she heard S, H, I, plus Feng's straightforward question. Meanwhile, seeing Su Qianlu's hesitance, Blackie advised, "Don't hesitate, Qianlu. Nothing can go wrong with following Brother Feng. Isn't it just a bunch of credits? So long as we have strength, would we need to worry about earning credits?" Firecloud, who had strongly advocated for Su Qianlu to give up on S, H, I, plus Feng's group previously, had surprisingly chosen to remain silent right now. He simply stood aside and waited for Su Qianlu's answer. Firecloud wasn't the only one who took such a stance. At this time, the other members of Su Qianlu's adventure team had also turned to look at their commander with expectant gazes. They might have written off S, H, I, plus Feng's guild previously, but after seeing Blackie and the others, they'd be blind, deaf, and dead if they couldn't see Zero Wing's potential. It should be known that Blackie and the others were all first-rate experts. With the current mana bodies they possessed, at least 90% of them would reach Tier 4 in the future. In other words, Zero Wing would have at least 50 Tier 4 experts under its command. Only pseudo-first-rate guilds and above could possibly field such a force. In comparison, the guild they were creating could, at best, reach the third-rate standard after 2 or 3 months of development, and that was under the condition that they had ample financial support. Meanwhile, unless Su Qianlu or Happy Snow could reach Tier 5, their guild would, at most, develop into a top-tier second-rate guild in the future. "Don't look at me like that. I know what you guys are trying to say," Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile on her face as she shook her head. Then she looked at S, H, I, plus Feng and continued, "Guild leader, I can agree to join Zero Wing with my team, but if I do so, I'm afraid we'll lose the chance to enter the ancient demon court that we found." Ancient demon court? There's an ancient demon court here? S, H, I, plus Feng's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard Su Qianlu's words. However, he quickly suppressed his restless heart as he asked, "Can you elaborate on the situation, Qianlu?" At this moment, apart from S, H, I, plus Feng, Blackie, and the others also grew excited when they heard the mention of an ancient demon court. And ancient demon court. That was something that had set off many wars in D's domain in the past. As the name Ancient Demon implied, ancient demons were Demon DS that had existed since the birth of D's domain. They were ancient Demon DS, so to say. Meanwhile, the strength of these ancient Demon DS varied significantly, with the stronger ones rivaling DS and the weaker ones rivaling inferior dragons. A portion of D's domain's archaic species were also the descendants of these ancient Demon DS. During ancient times, Demon DS were one of the pinnacle races in D's domain. They possessed their own civilization, and ancient demon courts were towns and cities in which these Demon DS resided. Needless to say, the treasures and legacies available in these ancient Demon DS were incredibly abundant. However, the ancient demon courts weren't just simple treasure troves. As someone who had experienced the greater D's domains, HI, Plusphone knew much more about the ancient demon courts than Blackie and the others. On the surface, the ancient demon courts might seem like the residence of Demon DS, but they were far more complicated than that. The existence of the ancient demon courts involved core secrets of D's domain, and one example of these secrets was the demise of the ancient demon DS. Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court. Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court. The Book of N stored in the Fire Dragon Empire's library recorded some information on ancient demon DS. The ancient demon DS were a race that used to rival dragons, and the race was only second to the D race. Yet, as powerful as they were, the ancient demon DS had suddenly vanished from D's domain within a span of less than a year, leaving behind only descendants with trace bloodlines. Meanwhile, it was also because of the ancient demon DS disappearance that D's domain's ancient era came to an end. However, only after gaining access to the greater D's domain did SHI Plusphone understand part of the reason why the ancient demon DS had disappeared from D's domain. The ancient demon DS had touched upon D's domain's forbidden technologies. Meanwhile, these forbidden technologies laid slumbering in the various ancient demon courts, and they were the main reason why the greater D's domain's various powerhouses had desperately searched for ancient demon courts. After all, some of these powerhouses had only managed to gain their achievements and status in the greater D's domain thanks to the forbidden technologies they acquired from ancient demon courts. During SHI Plusfang's previous life, due to his subworld lacking knowledge about the ancient demon courts, they hadn't put much importance on exploring and exploiting the various ancient demon courts found. As a result, when they gained access to the greater D's domain, the various outer world powers had severely oppressed them, and they had very nearly lost their subworld and their spot in the compet. 1. Tie-in between parallel worlds. HI Plusphone never thought that he would come across an ancient demon court so quickly in this life. So, how could he not be excited by this piece of news? The reason why I managed to attract so many investors was mainly because of this ancient demon court, Su Qianlu said, sighing. The value of an ancient demon court goes without saying. It is especially true when it is located in the miniature ancient world. Those investors naturally know this as well. However, you should also know that exploiting an ancient demon court isn't an easy task. You can't even get past the entrance without sufficient strength. So, the joint exploration of the ancient demon court was listed as one of the conditions in the partners' HI plus P contract. In exchange for funding our guild, we will have to share the ancient demon court's harvests with those corporations. At the same time, those corporations will be sending the main force of the first-rate guilds they have shares in to help us in exploiting the ancient demon court. After discussion, we settled for a 70-30 split in their favor. I already signed the contract and told them the ancient demon court's location yesterday. They have even scouted out the area already. If we renege on the contract now, they can simply remove us from the equation and monopolize the ancient demon court for themselves. They also have the strength to do that. You should have told us sooner if you found an ancient demon court. Qianlu, Blackie said with a pained expression. The miniature ancient world had only been open for a few days, so it meant that Su Qianlu had only discovered the ancient demon court not long ago. They could have secretly monopolized the ancient demon court if she had told them about her discovery earlier. Hearing Blackie's words, Firecloud said in dissatisfaction, "What can we do about it? How were we supposed to know about your potential? Now that things are already like this, if we want to acquire the ancient demon court's resources, we will have no choice but to accept their investment. They will only get 49% of the guild's shares. Anyway, We still hold the right to make decisions with 51% of the shares. Upon hearing Firecloud's words, Su Qianlu and Blackie looked toward S. H.I. plus Feng for a decision. If they accepted the investment, not only would they receive ample funding, but they could also acquire the ancient demon court's resources. The only problem was that they would have to give away a significant portion of the guild shares. Even so, they would still hold the right to make decisions in the guild. However, if they refused the investment, they'd have nothing to do with the ancient demon court anymore. I don't plan on accepting any investments, S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. I already stated clearly that I do not wish for Zero Wing to be put under any restrictions. Even a possible restriction is unacceptable. I guess we'll have to give up on the ancient demon court then, Su Qianlu said, finding this situation a pity. She understood S.H.I. plus Feng's personality, since S.H.I. plus Feng had said that he wouldn't accept any investments. He definitely wouldn't be accepting them. The ancient demon court was something her adventure team had discovered by luck. Originally, she thought it would become their capital to establish a guild in the miniature ancient world. Yet now, it had become the possession of those major corporations. Hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's decision, the members of Su Qianliu's adventure team couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh as well. The ancient demon court was a treasure trove that even the various superpowers would fight for. Yet, now they had given one away with nothing to show for. Give up? Who said we are giving up? S.H.I. plus Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Su Qianliu's words. Then, in a serious tone, he said, Since we were the ones who discovered the ancient demon court, it naturally belongs to us. But those corporations have already dispatched their teams, Su Qianlu said awkwardly. I talked about this with them during our meeting just now. Originally, we would be heading for the ancient demon court after we were done talking with you. Guild leader! Blackie was rendered speechless by Su Qianliu's words. He didn't think that Su Qianlu would act so decisively. At this time, Happy Snow's eyes suddenly flashed with inspiration as she suggested, How about we explore the ancient demon court with them without telling them about our plans first? You wish, Firecloud said, shaking his head and smiling as he looked at Happy Snow's scheming expression. Do you take these corporations for fools? They've already listed all of the preventive measures in the contract. Their teams will be holding onto the loot we get during the exploration. Only after the guild they've invested in is fully established will they hand or portion of the loot to us, or rather to the guild. Tell me it isn't true, big sis Qianlu, Happy Snow said as she looked at Su Qianlu in dismay. Nodding, Su Qianlu said, That is indeed the case. There are over 1 billion credits involved, after all. Those corporations also place significant importance on the ancient demon court's items. Doesn't that mean we won't get anything? Happy Snow asked in frustration. You don't have to do all these unnecessary things. Looking at Su Qianlu, S.H.I. plus Feng said, Just tell them that our partners, H.I. plus P contract is dissolved. What about the ancient demon court, then? Su Qianlu asked. We will go over there now and reclaim it, of course, S.H.I. plus Feng said. Then he scanned the experts belonging to Su Qianliu's adventure team and continued. You guys are already prepared, right? Exploring an ancient demon court was indeed a challenging task. However, it wasn't so challenging that a first-rate power couldn't raid it. Meanwhile, it should be known that everyone present was a first-rate expert, at the very least. If they set aside the difference in equipment, there was only a small difference between the strength of their team and a first-rate power's main force. Su Qianlu also took a look at everyone present. Although their current team was no match for the teams those corporations organized, they weren't without a fighting chance. So, after gritting her teeth, she said, Okay, I'll go tell them now. Chapter 72. Gathering at the Ancient Settlement. Chapter 72. gathering at the ancient settlement Gray Forest Mountain Range, Tifa Mine. Inside the dull gray mine illuminated by magic light, thousands of sword-wielding level 105 elemental golems laid motionlessly in front of a metal door measuring several dozen meters in height. If one looked carefully at these elemental golems, one would find that they were coated with anti-magic metal, which granted them superb resistance to magical attacks. Meanwhile, due to the nature of golems, the elemental golems also possessed superb physical resistance. Most importantly, every one of these elemental golems was a great lord. With several thousand of them gathered together, even a team of several thousand ordinary experts would have a tough time going up against them. Yet now, these elemental golems had lost to merely a team of 500 players. As expected of an ancient demon court's guards, I didn't think they could form a super gravity domain when gathered in groups of 100. A one-eyed man carrying a great sword on his back said as he kicked the elemental golem before him. Then he turned to the beautiful and curvaceous woman beside him and said, "Thankfully, we have you leading the team, G.O. Desru. If it weren't for your frost flame domain counteracting their super gravity domain, we would have had much greater difficulty getting to the ancient demon court this time." When the one-eyed man spoke up to this point, many of the surrounding people also turned to look at the beauty wearing a red robe and wielding a crystalline staff, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. This was because this beauty was none other than D's domain's famous frost flame G.O. Des Cleansed Rue. Not only was she a vice guild leader in the first-rate guild 100 Flower Palace, but she was also one of the top 100 experts in the D's domain experts list. Ranking within the top 100 might not seem like anything special, but it should be noted that the secret pavilion only recorded 1,000 players on the D's domain experts list. Moreover, even the weakest player on this list was at tier 5. Thus, anyone capable of ranking within the top 100 was a top-tier domain realm expert. Meanwhile, in response to the one-eyed man's flattery, Cleansed Rue simply kept her staff away and indifferently said, "Even without my frost flame domain, nothing can go wrong here with you around, One-Eyed Ghost." One-Eyed Ghost was the most recent player to become one of D's domain's 8 swordmeisters. Apart from being an honorary elder in the first-rate Guild Nature Hall, he was also one of the top 100 experts in the D's domain experts list. Moreover, he was even in possession of the incredibly powerful darkness domain. Before entering the miniature ancient world, he was regarded as one of the experts with the highest chance of reaching tier 6. Meanwhile, One-Eyed Ghost was known for being a smiling tiger in D's domain. He might have a cheeky personality on the surface, but he was actually an incredibly ruthless person on the inside. If their 2 guilds hadn't partnered to raid the ancient demon court, Cleansed Rue wouldn't have been willing to interact with someone like One-Eyed Ghost. "I might have a mana domain, but I am still only a swordsman. How can my mana domain possibly compare to that of a tier 5 divine mage like yourself, G.O. Des?" One-Eyed Ghost said with a light smile. Then he sighed as he continued, "But it really is a pity. I thought I would get to travel with 2 great beauties this time. I didn't think that the other beauty would give up on partnering with our 2 guilds. It is indeed a pity." Cleansed Rue also sighed when she heard One-Eyed Ghost's words. Su Qianlu was someone whom she had her eye on. Before, she had even tried to recruit Su Qianlu into the 100 Flower Palace. After all, Su Qianlu was not only a great beauty, but she also possessed excellent management capabilities. People like her were rare in D's domain. Unfortunately, Su Qianlu had rejected her invitation. Now, Su Qianlu had even strangely given up on their partners, HI plus P and the ancient demon court, to join a newly established guild called Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue found this to be a truly bizarre situation. That's because Su Qianlu is stupid, Big Sis Rue. Not only did she reject our guild invitation, but she even gave up on our partners, HI plus P, to join some no-name guild. She'll definitely regret her decision later on, a level 102 female knight said contemptuously. Many of the 100-flower palace present silently nodded in agreement. While Tier 4 experts were indeed rare in D's domain, they could, at most, serve as mainstays in the various first-rate guilds. A single Tier 4 expert wasn't enough to let a guild dominate an entire region. Meanwhile, Su Qianliu's decision to join a newly established guild and abandon the opportunity to raid an ancient demon court was no different than putting the cart before the horse. It was an incredibly foolish action. However, Cleansed-Rue didn't comment on the matter. After all, everyone had their own decisions. Immediately, she commanded through the team chat, "Everyone rest up. We'll be going inside in a moment." Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, its nature was more like a trial dungeon. The level of the monsters inside would change according to the player's level, and their levels could increase up to level 150. Meanwhile, after players successfully raided an ancient demon court, they would be rewarded according to their performance. And ancient demon court was essentially a dungeon that players could raid infinitely. Moreover, the rewards one could acquire would change every time depending on one's level and performance. Thus, one could also say that an ancient demon court was a treasure trove. Of course, this treasure trove didn't come without restrictions. Specifically, players could only enter an ancient demon court once every 7 days. In other words, a team could only raid an ancient demon court once a week. However, while this restriction might be severe toward individual teams, it wasn't as significant to a guild. After all, a guild had more than one team under its command. This was also why the ancient demon courts found on the main continent had become private grinding spots for the various powers. Meanwhile, in the miniature ancient world, where dungeons appeared randomly, the value of an ancient demon court was many times higher than on the main continent. Des-Rue, I'll say this first, but as per our agreement, you must let Nature Hall have the ancient demon court's key if it drops, One-Eyed Ghost said, smiling as he looked at Cleansed-Rue. Naturally, but don't forget that the inner zone's teleportation stone belongs to 100-Flower Palace, Cleansed-Rue reminded. Although the ancient demon court resembled a trial dungeon, it also possessed the properties of a settlement. So long as players acquired the key to an ancient demon court, they wouldn't have to worry about others occupying the ancient demon court in the future. This was because the key could be used to open or close the entrance to the ancient demon court. In addition, the inside of an ancient demon court could be split into 2 zones, outer and inner. However, players would need a specific teleportation stone to enter an ancient demon court's inner zone. Without the teleportation stone, players wouldn't be able to enter the ancient demon court's inner zone and acquire its true treasures. You can rest assured, Des-Rue. Nature Hall sticks by its words. Not to mention, our 2 guilds have already signed a contract on this, One-Eyed Ghost said, chuckling. After both sides verified their arrangements once more, 100-Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members finally merged into an actual 500-man team, which was also the ancient demon court's maximum entrance limit for a team. TL notes, I will be using the word settlement when the author is referring to both towns and cities simultaneously from now on. I've been making do with towns and/or cities thus far, but settlement sounds like a better alternative. For those curious, Qingjin can mean either town or city. Usually, the author uses when referring to both / being ambiguous. When the author is being specific, he will use for towns and for cities. Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. After resting for around 10 minutes, Cleansed-Rue and One-Eyed Ghost gathered everyone to enter the ancient demon court. However, before they could enter, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the cavern entrance. Immediately, the members of both guilds turned toward the source of the footsteps and saw a team of nearly 300 players, led by a cloaked man entering the cavern. Walking beside the cloaked man was a beautiful woman, and this woman was none other than Su Qianlu. Why are they here? Didn't already give up on partnering with our two guilds. Did they regret their decision? The members of 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall began a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Su Qianlu's group. What is Su Qianlu trying to do? Big Sis Ru. Didn't she already terminate our partners? HI plus P? Rain Song, the female knight carrying a round S, HI plus ELD, and a one-handed axe on her back, asked. They should be planning on raiding the ancient demon court by themselves, by the looks of it, Cleansed Rue said. They want to raid it themselves? Song Rain couldn't help but blink her eyes in disbelief when she heard Cleansed Rue's answer. Are they stupid? Although the ancient demon court was only a trial dungeon, its raid difficulty was more than double that of L mode team dungeons of the same level. Moreover, unlike L mode team dungeons, the loot players could acquire from an ancient demon court was highly dependent on the evaluation they received, and the loot's quality would be reduced significantly if players couldn't achieve a high evaluation. The ancient demon court's raid evaluation was split into 5 ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. The difficulty of achieving a higher rank increased exponentially, and players would need to score at least a B rank evaluation for high evaluation. This was also why their two guilds had dispatched their best players to raid the ancient demon court. Yet now, Su Qianlu was trying to raid the ancient demon court with her adventure team that didn't even reach the standard of well-known adventure teams. TL/N. Ordinary dash, well-known dash, top adventure team. Maybe they came prepared, Cleansed Rue said as she moved her gaze from Su Qianlu to S, HI plus foam. Although I don't know who that swordsman is, the fact that he managed to get Su Qianlu to join him must mean that he is strong. Hearing this, Song Rain retrieved her axe and S, HI plus ELD and asked, should we get rid of them now? Now that Su Qianlu had already withdrawn from their partners. HI plus P, they were no longer in the same boat. Meanwhile, an ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was of extraordinary value. Before the entrance key was found, anyone could freely enter the ancient demon court. It might be fine if Su Qianlu's team lacked the strength to raid the ancient demon court, but it'd be a problem if her team did have the necessary strength. However, Cleansed Rue shook her head and said, let them be. I concur, One-Eyed Ghost said, nodding. Then he smiled as he continued, they are aware of the ancient demon court's location. While we might be able to kill them here if they publish the ancient demon court's coordinates to everyone out of spite, we'll be the ones to suffer. If the various superpowers learned of this ancient demon court, they definitely wouldn't let it be. Meanwhile, their two guilds couldn't guarantee that they could acquire the key on their first try. So the best solution now was for both sides to keep the ancient demon court a secret and rely on their respective abilities to secure the ancient settlement. At the same time as Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost had come to an agreement, Su Qianlu, Blackie, and the other members of the team couldn't help but feel shocked and anxious. CR-AP. It's the Frost Flame G. Oh, Des and new Swordmeister. Blackie was flabbergasted when he saw Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost in the distance. With those two here, their team is probably on par with the various superpowers' main force. Guild leader, I'm afraid it'll be tough for our team to compete with theirs, Su Qianlu said to us, HI, plus phone with a worried look on her face. She didn't think that 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall would send two such experts into the miniature ancient world. The strength of two top 100G, D's domain experts, list experts, was no laughing matter. Even if Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost were only at Tier 3 right now, it was still impossible for their team to win against these two experts. After all, each of these people could toot an entire team by themselves. Raiding a dungeon and combat standards are two separate matters. SHI Fong said nonchalantly as he glanced at Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. They might have a significant advantage over us. We have our own strengths as well. Strengths? Su Qianlu asked skeptically. No matter how she thought over the situation, she couldn't figure out how their team was superior to the other party's team in any way. Do we have any? Of course, S.H.I. Fong said. Then he walked up to the ancient demon court's sieve entrance and reached for the magic array engraved on it, saying, for example, the ability to stir up trouble. As soon as S.H.I. Fong finished speaking, the magic array on the door suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. Not good. Stop that lunatic. One-Eyed Ghost shouted, his expression sinking when he saw the magic array activating. Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, it had a few similarities with team dungeons. One example would be the different difficulty settings. Meanwhile, the ancient demon court had two difficulties, normal mode and hard mode. However, unlike team dungeons, the difference in raid difficulty in the ancient demon court's normal mode and hard mode was Civ. Hard mode's difficulty was at least several times higher than that of normal mode. Moreover, once an ancient demon court's difficulty was set, it couldn't be changed again for a month. This crazy bastard. Cleansed Rue's expression also turned ugly when she saw S.H.I. Fong adjusting the ancient demon court's difficulty. If the difficulty was changed to hard mode, it had become much more difficult for them to acquire a high evaluation. Meanwhile, it was almost impossible for them to acquire the ancient demon court's key without a high evaluation. However, before One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue could say anything else, another change occurred to the door's magic array. Specifically, the magic array's color had gradually changed from red to black. HELL mode. How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was utterly shocked when she saw the familiar skull illusion appearing in front of the door. At this time, apart from Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, even Su Qianlu couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. In D's domain, it was common knowledge that the highest difficulty the ancient demon courts had was hard mode. Never had a higher difficulty been seen before. Yet, now, the black skull illusion unique to HEL mode dungeons had appeared above the teleportation portal in front of the ancient demon court's entrance. All right, now it is fair for all of us. Let's go in then. S.H.I. Fong said before walking into the portal. The ancient demon courts, indeed, only had two difficulty settings on the surface. However, during his previous life, after his subworld gained access to the greater D's domain, the various powers in his subworld came to realize that the ancient demon courts actually had a hidden difficulty, ALL mode. Apart from being a much more challenging mode to tackle, HEL mode was also the only place where players could acquire the true treasures the ancient demon courts had to offer. Meanwhile, activating an ancient demon court's HEL mode was simple. All that was needed was for a Grandmaster Magician to adjust the difficulty setting. However, as Grandmaster Magicians and Tier 6 ranked experts typically wouldn't visit ancient demon courts, and Body in his previous life subworld had noticed this feature until they gained access to the greater D's domain. Chapter 74. Success and Failure. Chapter 74. Success and Failure, damn it. We were still a step too late. When Rain Song saw Su Qianlu and the others Russ, plussing into the portal, she couldn't help but curse as she gripped her axe tightly. Lunatics. What a bunch of lunatics. AHEL mode ancient demon court. This was something they had never even heard of. The ancient demon court's normal mode was already plenty challenging for most experts. In the case of hard mode, even after their two guilds had joined hands, they would still face extreme difficulty in obtaining a high evaluation. Now that the ancient demon court before them had its difficulty changed to L mode, it'd probably be impossible for anyone to clear it with a high evaluation for 1 month. 1 whole month! There was no doubt that the ancient demon court's existence would get exposed during this long period. At that time, the various superpowers would definitely flock to this place, and neither their 2 guilds nor Su Qianliu's group would benefit from the ancient demon court. At this time, other than Rain Song, Nature Hall's one-eyed ghost also wore a grim expression on his face. While staring at the portal, Su Qianliu had disappeared into with a cold gaze. He said, "Good, very good," as expected of someone capable of making a name in the Black Dragon Empire. If the ancient demon court's difficulty was only changed to hard mode, their team could still cope with it one way or another. While their chances of obtaining a high evaluation wouldn't be 100%, they should still have around a 60% chance of succeeding. However, it was a different story for HELL mode. He had no confidence that their team could score a high evaluation in HELL mode Ancient Demon Court. After all, even in normal team dungeons, the difficulty gap between hard mode and HELL mode was massive. This gap would only be even more significant in ancient demon courts. Meanwhile, players would be subjected to a 1-week cooldown when challenging the ancient demon court. If they failed to receive a high evaluation after clearing it, they'd have to wait for 1 whole week before they could try again. Many variables could occur in 1 week in the current miniature ancient world. What should we do now, Big Sis Rue? Rain Song asked as she turned toward Cleansed Rue. Now that those lunatics have activated the ancient demon court's HELL mode, should we still move according to plan and go inside? We'll wait, Cleansed Rue said as she stared at the black skull above the teleportation portal. Although they've messed up our plans with this move, it isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. While the ancient demon court's difficulty has indeed been increased, this is the first time HELL mode Ancient Demon Court has appeared in D's domain. If we can succeed in raiding it, we'll probably get in the Stonies. Plussing Harvest. I have already contacted the guild for reinforcements. I believe it won't be long before the higher-ups send more Tier 5 experts to help us. Upon hearing Cleansed Rue's words, Rain Song quickly came to a realization as she exclaimed, "That's right! How could I forget about this?" Risks and opportunities came hand in hand. This was an unchanging law in D's domain. Just like Cleansed Rue stated, having HELL mode Ancient Demon Court appear wasn't necessarily a bad thing for them. On the contrary, if they could raid it successfully, the benefit they could reap from it would definitely exceed their imaginations. As expected of you to notice this detail, Rue, One-Eyed Ghost said, his grim expression suddenly changing into a carefree one. Then he lightly chuckled and continued, Su Qianliu might have thought that she was creating trouble for us, but she failed to realize that all she did was to give us even more benefits. It was true that neither of their guilds could field a team rivaling the various superpowers' main force. However, if their 2 guilds worked together and concentrated their top combatants into a single team, they could match the various superpowers' main force. After all, the number of Tier 5 experts their 2 guilds possessed was only slightly inferior compared to the various superpowers. Unless Tier 6 D-ranked experts were involved, their 2 guilds would remain mostly even with the various superpowers. Everyone listen up. Seal this cavern with an advanced barrier immediately. One-Eyed Ghost commanded as he looked at the other nature hall members present. From now onward, no body is allowed to enter or leave this place until our reinforcements arrive. So long as Su Qianliu's team dies out of the dungeon, use the death lock scroll on them immediately. Unlike team dungeons, players were prohibited from using magic scrolls inside ancient demon courts. For this reason, ancient demon courts were much harder to raid than the average team dungeon. The inability to use magic scrolls naturally meant that players couldn't use return scrolls to leave an ancient demon court. In this situation, there were only two ways players could exit the dungeon: die or clear the dungeon. Apart from these two methods, there were no other ways for players to exit an ancient demon court. Yes, sir. Immediately, both Nature Halls and 100 Flower Palaces members started setting up advanced barriers around the cavern. With these barriers in place, even Tier 4 players would have difficulty entering or leaving the cavern. After seeing several barriers go up around the cavern, One-Eyed Ghost looked toward the teleportation portal, a cold glint flash. H.I. plussing in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Let's see if you'll still be as tough once you come out of the dungeon." Meanwhile, Cleansed-Drew couldn't help but shake her head and sigh when she noticed the killing intent One-Eyed Ghost radiated. Although she didn't know what had caused Su Qianlu to take such a crazy action, there was no question that Su Qianlu had angered their two guilds. After all, neither of their two guilds had initially planned on dispatching many Tier 5 experts into the miniature ancient world. This situation had foiled many of their plans, and they have to halt and reorganize their plans. Right now, even if she chose not to take action against Su Qianlu, One-Eyed Ghost definitely wouldn't let Su Qianlu get away. He might even hunt down Su Qianliu's team until they all deleted their accounts. After all, this wasn't the first time One-Eyed Ghost had done such a thing. Chapter 75: One Person's Strength. Chapter 75: One person's strength. Inside the ancient demon court, Su Qianlu and the others remained wholly unaware of what was going on outside. Even if they did know what was going on, they wouldn't be in the mood to care since they were currently in shock over the environment inside the ancient demon court. What violent mana! So this is HELL mode? Everyone's faces paled when they looked at the dilapidated settlement and the death energy that filled the streets before them. Although they had long since known that an ancient demon court's HELL mode wouldn't be an easy challenge, they never thought it would be this difficult. Setting aside the violent mana that constantly inflicted pain onto their bodies and affected their ability to control their bodies, just the death energy that filled the settlement streets was more than enough to instill despair into them. Death energy was a special type of energy with extremely powerful corrosive effects. It might be fine if it was present in scan amounts. At most, it would only prevent players from operating their bodies normally. However, if the presence of death energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, it would be fatal to players. Even if death energy was only visible as a thin layer of gray gas, it was already more than enough to corrode players' minds and rapidly reduce their concentration. Meanwhile, if players' concentration fell below the critical threshold, their characters would become an empty SHELL, and it'd be no different than if they had died. I'm afraid there's no way we can raid this ancient demon court. Guild leader. Setting aside the violent mana, just the death energy that's floating in the air is already too much for us to handle. Apart from those with a gold mana body, everyone else would die in under 30 minutes, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at us, HI plus phone. Originally, before entering the HELL mode ancient demon court, she had thought that they might have a chance at clearing it. After all, their team was not weak by any means. However, after entering the ancient demon court, she realized that she had been too naive. With such a harsh environment, even the 5 great super guilds' main force would probably have difficulty surviving in such an environment. Not to mention, the bosses in level 100 HELL mode team dungeons were typically tier 4 mythic monsters that had their HP, attack power, and defense boosted significantly. After getting strengthened, their overall strength could rival mythic ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Meanwhile, seeing as they were inside HELL mode ancient demon court, the boss they had to face was probably on par with mythic ranked world bosses. In other words, they had to face a mythic monster with at least 50% more basic attributes than the average mythic monster. Death energy and violent mana? After surveying their surroundings, S.H.I. plus Feng nodded and said, "It seems we got lucky." Lucky? When Happy Snow heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She felt that S.H.I. plus Feng was truly skilled at consoling people. How could their current situation even be considered lucky, faced with such dense death energy? Happy Snow felt that she could, at best, last half an hour with her peak silver mana body. As for the others with weaker mana bodies, they probably wouldn't last more than 15 minutes. As soon as they stepped into the settlement before them, they'd be taking a ride on H.E.L.'s tour bus. They could probably meet G.O.D. even without fighting. "We are indeed very lucky," S.H.I. plus Feng said, calmly smiling when he saw the look of contempt Happy Snow was giving him. Ancient demon courts are products of the ancient era. When we consider the fact that the ancient demons were suddenly wiped out and the ancient demon courts were sealed, we can consider ourselves lucky that all we have to face right now is a little death energy and some mana fluctuations left behind from back then. S.H.I. plus Feng had visited quite a few ancient demon courts during his previous life. Among them, many had much harsher environments than the one they currently faced. In one instance, not only did he have to deal with violent mana and dense death energy, but he also had to be wary of a temporal storm that was capable of obliterating everything. Even a random gust of wind that came out of that temporal storm could severely injure a superior mythic. Meanwhile, the temporal storm back then had covered the entire settlement. The scene back then was both beautiful and devastating. In comparison, the ancient demon court here only had violent mana and death energy. Among the many ancient demon courts in existence, it could be considered a relatively mild one. "What should we do next, guild leader?" "We have no way to retreat now, but we can't progress in such an environment either. Even with my gold mana body, I doubt I can last more than an hour. If I have to fight monsters on top of that, I don't think I can last more than 20 minutes, Blackie said anxiously as he looked at the settlement ahead. While a gold mana body was stronger than a silver mana body, it wasn't invincible. It merely provided players with stronger adaptability. "Don't worry. Since I decided to come here, I naturally came prepared," S.H.I. plus Feng said, chuckling. "Whether it is the violent mana or death energy, both are merely a form of external energy. Why do you think a gold mana body can have a better time adapting to harsh environments?" Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's question, Blackie immediately came to a realization as he said, "It's because of the enhanced control it provides toward mana. So long as we can control the mana around us, we'll be able to resist the mana and death energy here." "That's right." S.H.I. plus Feng nodded. Rather than a dungeon, an ancient demon court is more like a trial for players. If players can control their mana well, they can drastically reduce the pressure they face from the surrounding environment. As soon as S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, whether it was the violent mana or death energy surrounding him, both had stopped half an inch away from his body. It looked as if there was an invisible barrier surrounding him. What powerful mana control! Firecloud mentally exclaimed when he saw what S.H.I. plus Feng just did. Forming a mana barrier around one's body was easier said than done. This was due to the way players visualized mana. It was especially true when the mana in question came from one's own body. The average player couldn't see or touch mana at all, and the only way they could manipulate their mana to form an external barrier was through relying on magic arrays. The process of forming an external mana barrier was essentially players compressing the mana they radiated to form a dense coating of mana around their bodies. It shouldn't be mistaken with the action of severing one's mana flow to prevent one's mana from leaving one's body. The two achieved entirely different effects, and the former was much more difficult to accomplish than the latter. Meanwhile, the closer the compressed layer of mana got to one's body, the denser it would become. As a result, the resistance it put up would also grow stronger. Without incredible control over mana, there was no way a player could compress their mana to within half an inch of their body. With S.H.I. plus Fang's reminder, everyone present started compressing their mana to form a barrier that repelled the violent mana and death energy surrounding them. Fortunately, everyone present was a veteran expert. They possessed excellent control over mana, and everyone managed to form a barrier that was at most 1 yard thick. In Su Qianliu's case, she managed to form a half-inch thick barrier with ease, and none of the surrounding violent mana and death energy managed to affect her in the slightest. Well done! S.H.I. plus Feng nodded approvingly when he saw that everyone had more or less managed to resist the surrounding environment effects. All right, let's start the raid for real now. I'll be splitting you all into 3 separate teams from now on. All Guardian Knights and S.H.I. plus ELD Warriors will be in Team 1. The remaining melee players will be in Team 2, and all range players will be in Team 3. Without my command, an body in Team 2 is allowed to take action. As for Team 1, you're only allowed to use your S.H.I. plus ELDs to block the attacking monsters. You are forbidden from attacking and attracting aggro. For Team 3, you will attack whichever monster I tell you to attack. You are not allowed to attack any other monsters. Chapter 76, Guild Leader? Chapter 76, Guild Leader? After splitting the team into smaller groups, S.H.I. plus Feng led the team to within 500 yards of the settlement. Upon reaching this point, a large group of fully armed elemental golems suddenly marched out of a corner of the main street and entered their view. The elemental golems were of varying sizes, the smaller ones measuring around 2 or 3 meters, and the larger ones measuring up to 8 meters. At a glance, there should at least be 10,000 elemental golems in the group. Apart from their large numbers, these elemental golems also behaved like a well-trained army. The golems wielding S.H.I. plus ELD stood at the front, the golems wielding spears stood in the middle, and the golems wielding staves stood at the rear. Elemental Destroyer, Great Lord, level 105 HP, 300 million. Elemental Annihilator, Grand Lord, level 106 HP, 1 billion. C.R.A.P. Are you kidding me? Why do these monsters have so much HP? Blackie felt his scalp turning numb when he saw the elemental golem stats. The HP of these golems was at least twice as high as monsters of similar rank and level found in the outside world. Su Qianliu, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and the others also frowned at this situation. Unlike monsters, players were restricted by the hidden attribute known as stamina. In other words, the amount of time they could spend fighting was limited. It was especially true during intense fights. Right now, their team only had 300 players. Normally, they'd have exhausted most of their stamina, even if they fought against just 2,000 or 3,000 great lords of the same rank. Yet now, not only did they have to face over 10,000 great lords and grand lords, but these monsters even had unusually high amounts of HP. Rather than a trial, what awaited them ahead was a maw. S. Saker, Guild Leader, it's too disadvantageous for us to fight against such a larger group of monsters. We'll run out of stamina before we can even finish them. I suggest that we split the team and conduct guerrilla warfare using the small alleys, Su Qianliu suggested. Fighting a large-scale battle while being severely disadvantaged in numbers wouldn't benefit them in any way. In comparison, while splitting up the team across the settlement's alleys would scatter the team's strength, it would also reduce the number of monsters each player needed to face. This, in turn, would reduce their stamina consumption and increase their endurance in battle. The elemental golems were merely monsters with high physical and magical resistances. They didn't have extraordinary combat standards. At most, their combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage standard. In a situation where the gap in basic attributes wasn't too significant, first-rate experts would have no problem going up against 3 or 4 golems at a time. Blackie, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and the others also nodded in agreement with Su Qianliu's suggestion. After seeing the scale of the monster army before them, they finally understood why the ancient demon courts and various secret lands remained the private playground of only first-rate powers and above. Without a significant advantage in basic attributes, experts of their caliber had no way of fighting large-scale fights in these dangerous locations whatsoever. Faced with so many tanky monsters, it wouldn't matter even if they worked together. There was simply no way they could achieve victory. Although it was a bit of a pity to split up their combat power, this was the best solution available to them. Afterward, all they could do was hope that a few healers could survive until the dust settled so that they could resurrect those who had died in battle. No need to go through such SLE, Feng said, shaking his head. While these elemental golems might be numerous, they have a fatal weakness. Fatal weakness? After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu asked, "Is it the density of their surrounding mana?" Unlike other creatures, elemental creatures relied heavily on mana. The more violent and denser the surrounding mana, the stronger elemental creatures would become. Of course, the reverse was also true. Nodding Feng said, "That's right. The reason why these golems have such high HP is largely due to the violent mana here. So long as we lower the density of the ambient mana, or stabilize it, we can nullify the buffs of these golems." Ancient demon courts existed to test players, not to kill them. Thus, there were tricks to raiding every ancient demon court. So long as players found the trick, the raid difficulty would plummet. This was also why Feng dared to challenge L-mode Ancient Demon Court with Su Qianlu and the others. After Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes glowed in excitement as they turned toward Su Qianlu. "Don't look at me. The mana here is too violent. It'd take an incredibly powerful mana domain to expel or stabilize the mana here," Su Qianlu said with a bitter smile when she noticed the hopeful gazes everyone was giving her. "I might have a peak silver mana body, but my mana control still isn't enough for me to cast a mana domain." After hearing Su Qianliu's words, Happy Snow and Fire Cloud turned toward Blackie. Blackie's mana body was stronger than even Su Qianliu's. Moreover, he had even completed his gold mana body at an 85% completion rate. A mana body of this caliber could rank at the top even among the various superpowers' top-tier talents. "Me?" Scratching his face awkwardly, Blackie said, "I'm no good either. With my control over mana, I don't even know if I can cast a mana domain after reaching tier 4, let alone now." Blackie might have a gold mana body, but the way he obtained it could be considered borderline cheating. If he hadn't relied on Feng's real-time instructions and some luck, it would have been impossible for him to construct a gold mana body with an 85% completion rate. In comparison, Su Qianlu had relied entirely on her own efforts to construct her peak mana body. When it came to mana control, she was undoubtedly much better than him. Upon hearing Blackie's helpless words, everyone present despaired a little. If even the team's two strongest magical CLAs players couldn't cast a mana domain, it was even more impossible for everyone else. "You don't need to worry about the matter with the mana domain. I have a solution for that," Feng suddenly said. "Just follow my orders afterward and attack the elemental annihilators that charge forward. Magical CLAs. Don't hold anything back and dump everything you have." He has a solution? Su Qianlu couldn't help but look at Feng in surprise and confusion. After all, players could only create a mana domain when they had developed their mana control to an extreme level. It wasn't something that could be obtained via words alone. However, before Su Qianlu and the others could figure out Feng's words, the elemental golems had already moved within 50 yards of their team. This distance was already within the attack range of great lords, and Tier 3 players. Tier 3 ASSA. Sins could even cross this distance in just 2 steps. Attack! SHI plus phone commanded, having already moved within 40 yards of the nearest elemental annihilator. Upon hearing SHI plus Fang's command, everyone stopped holding back and used their skills and spells one after another. The magical CLA. S players in particular used their trademark moves right off the bat, bombarding the elemental annihilators charging at the forefront with AoE spells and large-scale combination spells. Some had even used Tier 3 curses. For a time, the land between both sides turned into a sea of flames. The ground also shook violently as if a meteor had just hit the ground. What power? Is this the effect of violent mana? Happy Snow was a little dumbfounded when she saw the devastated battlefield. Even though they were only casting Tier 3 spells, the raw power their spells exuded rivaled Tier 4 spells. Because of their spells, the elemental annihilators had their advance forcibly halted, and damages exceeding 1,000,000 appeared above their heads one after another. However, before everyone could celebrate this situation, what took place next instantly extinguished the confidence they just recovered. The cracks on the elemental annihilators' bodies were rapidly mending, and even their HPs were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed of these monsters was far superior to the monsters found in the outside world. At this time, the SHI plus ELD-wielding elemental destroyers had also caught up to the elemental annihilators. Then, with their SHI plus ELDs raised, these elemental destroyers blocked the oncoming skills and spells without getting affected in any way. Subsequently, when less than 30 yards separated both sides and Firecloud and the other tanks were subconsciously trembling while wielding their SHI plus ELDs. Halt! A low voice suddenly echoed throughout the team. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple spread across the entire battlefield, causing the violent mana to settle down and mana density to plummet. Meanwhile, along with these abrupt changes to the ambient mana, all elemental golems standing within the affected area had their movement speeds reduced drastically and their HPs reduced to less than 1/3 of their original. Moreover, their body sizes had shrunk by half, their basic attributes had fallen by over 30%, and their battle recovery had halted completely. Guild Leader. Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Su Qianliu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at SHI plus Feng. She dared not believe that such a powerful mana domain actually came from SHI plus Feng. A mana domain. It was something that only those who had achieved incredible mastery over mana could possess. It should be known that even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to cast a mana domain when they first reached Tier 4. Yet now SHI plus Feng had cast a mana domain as a Tier 3 swordsman. Moreover, the strength of his mana domain was so great that it could even suppress Grand Lords in all aspects. This was a feat that she had only ever heard of in rumors. Meanwhile, Happy Snow, who stood guard beside Su Qianliu, was also dumbfounded by this situation. Then, after snapping out of her daze, she asked Su Qianliu, is he really just Shadow's former guild leader? Big Sis Qianliu? At this moment, Su Qianliu and the members of her adventure team weren't the only ones shocked and confused by this situation. Blackie and the others, who had stayed with Shadow all these years, also couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at SHI plus Feng. Brother Feng. No, guild leader. You. Blackie was at a loss for words as he looked at SHI plus Feng's mana domain. Compared to the shock he received when he received the Holy Annihilation mana technique from SHI plus Feng previously, the shock he felt now was many times greater. There were more than 10,000 Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked elemental golems here. Yet now, with just one move, SHI plus Feng had crippled every one of these powerful monsters. All right, I know what you want to say, but our priority now is to clear out these elemental golems first, S-H-I. Plusfong said as he pointed at the golems ahead. Right. We have to get rid of these golems first. Immediately, Blackie, Su Qianlu, and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and got serious. Then, following S-H-I Plusfang's command, the melee players of the team charged at the elemental annihilators. Due to S-H-I Plusfang's mana domain, the mighty elemental golems were nothing but a joke now. Under the mana domain's effects, not only did the golems lose a significant portion of their basic attributes and HP, but their reaction speeds had also dropped by 30% or more. Now, instead of being stronger than their counterparts in the outside world, these elemental golems had become weaker instead. For a time, Happy Snow and the team's other melee players slaughtered the elemental annihilators and destroyers, converting these monsters into EXP for everyone. Unlike team dungeons, the monsters in ancient demon courts provided much higher EXP than monsters found in the outside world. It was even more so for the monsters in AHEL Mode Ancient Demon Court. After including the level gap bonus, the EXP the elemental golems provided was several times higher than their counterparts in the outside world. In less than 4 hours, the team wiped out the 10,000 plus elemental golems. Meanwhile, the abundant EXP everyone received had boosted Blackie and the others from level 100 to level 103. As for S-H-I Plusfong, Su Qianlu, and the others, they had leveled up from 102 to 104. In the current miniature ancient world, they were undoubtedly at the forefront when it came to levels. However, compared to the EXP they gained, everyone paid more attention to the loot the elemental golems dropped. As elemental creatures, the elemental golems did not drop any coins. Instead, they dropped magic crystals and various types of elemental cores. On average, a magic crystal would drop for every 2 or 3 elemental destroyer killed. Magic crystals was a hard currency on the market. It was needed for many aspects of D's domain. Since players weren't allowed to bring magic crystals with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the current market value of magic crystals was around 50 silver each. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy any magic crystals even if one had the money. Yet, now the elemental golems had dropped over 6,000 magic crystals. In addition, the elemental golems also dropped over 1,000 level 100 and level 105 weapons and equipment. Although they were all at the fine gold rank, they were still better than the level 100 secret silver ranked beginner's equipment. Seeing the elemental golems drop over 1,000 fine gold weapons and equipment, everyone couldn't help but be amazed by the HEL Mode Ancient Demon Court's profitability. If they came here at level 150, the harvest they could acquire would be massively beneficial to their guild. Guild leader, something good dropped, Blackie said excitedly as he ran up to S-H-I Plusfong with a dark red plate armor in his hands. Tier 3 mana equipment. S-H-I Plusfong also grew interested when he saw the magic patterns and magic arrays engraved on the chest piece. Mana equipment was different from conventional equipment. They were not divided by ranks, only tiers. The boost to basic attributes mana equipment provided was also changed according to the user's level. They were similar to epic weapons and equipment in a sense. Moreover, the basic attributes mana equipment provided could rival the average epic weapon and equipment. The skills and spells that came with mana equipment even possessed superior effects than most epic weapons and equipment. The only flaw with mana weapons and equipment was the fact that they were consumables. They would become useless once their durability ran out. They couldn't be repaired from conventional equipment. It is indeed tier 3 mana equipment, but it isn't the same mana equipment that we know, Blackie said, shaking his head. Then, in an even more excited tone, he continued, instead, it's a piece of ancient mana equipment. I've already had Qianlu check it, and this ancient mana equipment doesn't have the same durability limitation as ordinary mana equipment. We can replenish its durability using magic crystals. How many pieces did we get? S.H.I. Plusphone asked, his eyes lighting up in excitement when he heard Blackie's words. According to Blackie's introduction, this ancient mana equipment was none other than the mainstream equipment used in the Greater G.O.D's domain. If they could collect a full set of this ancient mana equipment, the boost in combat power it could provide to a player would surpass even that of an epic set equipment. After all, apart from providing players with a significant amount of basic attributes, this ancient mana equipment could also help players significantly in their control over mana, skills, and spells. It could even help players with their combat techniques, to a certain extent. Meanwhile, Blackie chuckled and raised 5 fingers upon hearing S.H.I. Plusphong's question. 5 pieces, S.H.I. Plusphone grew a little disappointed when he saw Blackie's response. If only 5 pieces dropped, there definitely weren't enough to make a set. The average mana equipment came in 6-piece sets, while the best came in 8-piece sets. Meanwhile, mana equipment that wasn't in a complete set would only be slightly stronger than dark gold equipment of the same level. No, it's 50 pieces. A whopping 50 pieces dropped. We hit the jackpot this time. Blackie laughed. Moreover, out of these 50 pieces, we managed to come up with 6 complete sets. 3 sets are for physical melee CLA. SES, 1 is for physical range CLA. SES, and 2 are for magical CLA. SSES. Can you speak in full next time? S.H.I. Plusphone rolled his eyes at Blackie. Inwardly, though, he was very excited over this situation. 6 sets of ancient mana equipment would greatly help their current team. I already brought a physical melee set here for you. Here, try it on, Blackie said as he took the remaining 5 set pieces out of his bag. You are Zero Wings guild leader after all. Others will laugh at us if you keep wearing beginner's equipment. When S.H.I. Plusphone took a look at the equipment he currently used, he felt that Blackie's words made sense. Although the Winter of Eternal Night was a fragmented legendary weapon, it was still no excuse for him to wear beginner's equipment as Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing would become a joke if others saw him in such a state. Chapter 78. Tier 4 Threshold. Chapter 78. Tier 4 Threshold. As soon as S.H.I. Plusphone put on the knight W.A. Churset, the Tier 3 Ancient Mana set equipment, his aura instantly underwent a complete transformation. S.H.I. Plusphone had to admit that the knight W.A. Churset really made him stand out like a sore thumb. Not only was the armor set strikingly pitch black, but it was also engraved with blood red runes all over. The armor even emitted a faint black mist. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from looking like an ordinary pa-s Serby to looking like a gent who had just stepped out of HELL. Aside from appearances, the knight W.A. Churset also provided Estonies H.I. plussing bonuses in basic attributes. S.H.I. Plusphong's strength attribute instantly reached the Tier 4 threshold upon donning the armor set. That's right, the Tier 4 threshold. It wasn't just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. Instead, it was at the Tier 4 standard already. Now he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard even without employing any techniques. At this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid beast. As for the 5 remaining ancient mana equipment sets, S.H.I. Plusphone allocated them to Blackie, Su Qianlu, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and Desolate Star, a ranger and a vice commander in Su Qianliu's adventurer team. Upon distributing these sets, the team's overall combat power instantly increased by a significant margin. Outside the ancient demon court, due to the sky outside darkening, the inside of the cavern also grew darker and colder. Unlike before, there were over 1,000 expert players currently gathered in the cavern, and even the weakest among them was a first-rate expert. The number of Refinement Realm experts had also increased to over 100. Such a team was a force to be wary of no matter which part of D's domain the team was put in. I can't believe the mighty one-eyed ghost actually got toyed by a nameless junior. If the guild leader learns of this, he'll probably laugh for half a year, a wild-looking man carrying a large saber on his back said, laughing as he looked at One-Eyed Ghost. Yet, despite this wild-looking man's ridicule, One-Eyed Ghost had surprisingly chosen to remain silent. He did not do anything else besides glare at the other party to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing One-Eyed Ghost's abnormal behavior, the other members of Nature Hall also chose to remain silent, none of them daring to speak up for him. There was only one person in the guild who dared to speak with One-Eyed Ghost in such a way was none other than Stalwart Bear, Nature Hall's strongest tier 5 player. In addition, Stalwart Bear was the second strongest expert in the guild after Nature Manifestation, Nature Hall's guild leader, and the guild's only tier 6 GO ranked expert. Moreover, he was also Tyrant Blade of the 5 Blades, an equivalent ranking list to the 8 Sword Meisters. Since everyone is here already, should we discuss our subsequent plans? Stalwart Bear, a woman with short hair and crimson eyes from 100 Flower Palace, suddenly spoke up. However, her tone indicated that she had no intentions of discussing anything whatsoever despite her words. Meanwhile, as soon as this short-haired woman finished speaking, the silence in the cavern grew even heavier, and many people couldn't help but lower their heads to reduce their presence. Don't tell me they're going to start a fight? When Rain Song saw Stalwart Bear's expression suddenly growing cold, she turned to Cleansed Rue, hoping that she could try to dissuade the short-haired woman from aggravating the already tense situation. Of those present, the only ones qualified to partake. 1. P8 in a fight between Stalwart Bear and the short-haired woman were Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. So apart from them, body else had the qualifications to speak. Don't look at me. There's nothing I can do about Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue said in a helpless tone. Crimson Heart, 100 Flower Palaces, first vice guild leader. Whether in terms of combat standards or individual combat power, Crimson Heart was second only to 100 Flower Palaces guild leader. She was an existence that rivaled tier 6G, ranked experts. Even after entering the miniature ancient world, Cleansed Rue still didn't think she could match Crimson Heart. I can't believe you'd actually come to the miniature ancient world, you crazy woman. It seems 100 Flower Palace is betting everything on this place, Stalwart Bear casually said. He remained unfazed even in the face of Crimson Heart's oppressive aura. Aren't you the same, you barbarian? Crimson Heart calmly responded. Well, do you plan on going in or stand guard outside? Go in. Stalwart Bear rolled his eyes at Crimson Heart. Then he sneered and said, Do you think Nature Hall runs a charity? Since these B.A.S.T.A. are DS dare mess with Nature Hall, they naturally have to pay the price. Isn't it just A.H.E.L. Mode Ancient Demon Court? We can clear it any time we want. After hearing Stalwart Bear's words, Crimson Heart took a look at the time. It was nearing 10 hours since S.H.I. plus Fang's team had entered the ancient demon court. After so much time had passed, said even if S.H.I. plus Fang's team was still alive inside, their stamina and concentration should be close to depletion, so it wouldn't be long before they exited the dungeon. Realizing this, Crimson Heart looked at Stalwart Bear and stated, 2 hours! 100 Flower Palace will only wait for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you must enter the dungeon with us. Hearing Crimson Heart's condition, Stalwart Bear cooperatively nodded and said, So be it. I refuse to believe they can last for that much longer. Meanwhile, after Stalwart Bear and Crimson Heart ended their discussion, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue were especially relieved. After all, they knew just how important the ancient demon court meant for their 2 guilds. They couldn't afford to be careless with it at all. if they wasted too much time waiting for Su Qianliu's team to come out. There was a high risk of the various superpowers finding out and coming to contest it. If that happened, their chances of acquiring the ancient demon court would reduce significantly. Meanwhile, inside the ancient demon court, Guild Leader, the boss, has appeared. Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects upon hearing the ASSA. Sin Scouts report SHI. Plus Feng promptly assembled the resting members of his team and made his way to the ASA. Sin's location. Even though everyone had already been fighting in the ancient demon court for 10 long hours, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, every one of them wore excited expressions on their faces. After grinding in the ancient demon court for many hours, everyone had to admit that Mode Ancient Demon Court was a paradise for players. After killing only 2 groups of 10,000 plus elemental golems, Blackie and the others new to the miniature ancient world had already reached level 104. SHI plus Feng, Su Qianliu, and the members of Su Qianliu's adventure team had even reached level 105. However, compared to levels, what surprised everyone more was the ancient mana equipment they acquired. Originally, they only had enough pieces to complete 3 sets. Now they had 11 complete sets and 26 individual pieces. However, considering the guild's future development, SHI plus Feng did not distribute the 5 new sets to anyone. Instead, he intended to put these sets into the guild warehouse and let guild members exchange for them using points. Body objected to SHI plus Feng's decision either. On the contrary, everyone strongly supported it. The Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets were incredibly valuable. Previously, the people SHI plus Feng had signed the sets to her Zero Wings core executives, such as Su Qianliu, her 2 vice commanders, and the talented Happy Snow. Every one of them was a refinement realm expert. As for Blackie, he was the person in charge of guild affairs. He also had a gold mana body. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to receive a set as well. Apart from those 5 players, the others were essentially equals. If SHI plus Feng allocated the 5 new sets to someone, those who didn't get chosen would probably feel unreconciled. In that case, the wisest and fairest method of distributing these sets would be to put them up for exchange using GCPs. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to acquire the sets. There was also no need to worry that body would try to exchange the sets. Everyone had already witnessed the set in action before, and they couldn't help but drool over it. Before Blackie donned his ancient mana equipment set, the Grand Lord ranked elemental annihilators were still tough opponents for him. However, after putting on the set, every one of his Tier 3 offensive spells could easily impact the movements of the elemental annihilators. If he used a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, he could even heavily injure the elemental annihilators. Overall, the set had doubled the power of his spells. Compared to the ancient mana equipment set, the 6-piece epic equipment sets he had seen in the past might as well be wall decorations. Those without the mana equipment set weren't the only ones surprised by the set's effects. Su Qianliu was also surprised by the effects. The average epic weapon and equipment could only grant players powerful basic attributes, physique bonuses, and additional skills. However, the mana equipment set was different. Although it didn't provide as huge of a boost to basic attributes, the boost it provided to the power and control of the user's skills and spells was on an entirely different level. As an X-Tier 4 player, Su Qianliu could cast her spells with a 90% completion rate on average and 95% at best previously. However, after receiving the mana equipment set's bonuses, she could cast all of her Tier 3 spells at 100% completion rate, with some even reaching up to 102%. A 10% increase might not seem like much, but beyond 85%, every 1% increase in completion rate would improve a skill or spell's effects by at least 10%. That number would increase to 20% or higher past the 100% completion rate threshold. In other words, Su Qianlu had the effects of her spells improved by at least 100% after putting on the mana equipment set. At this time, Su Qianlu even had the illusion that her current self was not much weaker than when she was still at Tier 4 in the outside world. She was only missing a few Tier 4 spells and a stronger physique. Meanwhile, if even the ancient demon court's mobs had already provided such a huge harvest, the harvest they could acquire from clearing the ancient demon court would be unimaginable. Subsequently, after everyone ran for some time, they arrived in front of a dilapidated tower. Although a huge portion of the tower had crumbled away due to the erosion of time, the tower still measured over 200 meters in height. It looked like a huge mountain as it stood in the middle of the settlement. Meanwhile, situated at the bottom of this tower was a gigantic, pitch-black snake with 2 heads. Each of the snake's heads was the size of a 2-story house, and the snake's body measured over 100 meters in length. If it wasn't curled up right now, it could probably oversee the entire settlement if it decided to extend its body. The system must be insane. How can anyone get past a twin-headed destruction snake? Blackie cried out in frustration as he looked at the slumbering snake ahead. The twin-headed destruction snake. It was one of the top-ranking demonic beasts found during ancient times. Although its life rating was only slightly stronger than the average archaic species and nowhere near dragons, they were much more formidable than dragons in certain aspects. Specifically, the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. The demonic beast's eyes of destruction could launch powerful mental attacks against all targets they gazed upon. Depending on the target's strength, the eyes of destruction could even destroy the target's soul. Meanwhile, mental attacks were the most difficult type of attack to block in G. D's domain, since players' defense was utterly useless against it. Players could only rely on their mental fort. 2 to resist them. If players failed to resist the twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks, their souls would crumble, and they would die on the spot. Twin-headed destruction snake, ancient demonic beast mythic, level 10640 billion. As expected of an ancient demon court. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are the only ones capable of raiding ancient demon courts. This difficulty simply isn't something we can tackle, Firecloud said with a bitter smile. In Firecloud's opinion, the twin-headed destruction snake before them was even more frightening than a dragon of the same level and tier. Its HP of 40 billion was simply maddening. There was simply no way they could finish off the boss before they exhausted their concentration. 40 billion HP? Su Qianlu also couldn't help but gasp when she saw the twin-headed destruction snake stats. Originally, she thought they had a chance of raiding the H.E.L. mode Ancient Demon Court successfully after their team had received such a significant boost in strength. However, looking at the twin-headed destruction snake, she realized that it was merely wishful thinking. Setting aside the boss's combat standards, just the boss's eyes of destruction and frightening HP was already more than enough to dash any hopes for them to raid it. This was no longer a matter of lacking basic attributes. Faced against Tier 4 mythic ranked eyes of destruction, Tier 3 players would last no more than 5 minutes before their souls crumbled. Meanwhile, killing the twin-headed destruction snake in 5 minutes was nothing but a fool's dream. It's a twin-headed destruction snake? At this time, SHI plus Fong also frowned when he looked at the slumbering, twin-headed snake. Although he had long since known that it wouldn't be easy to raid AHEL mode Ancient Demon Court, he didn't think that his luck would be this bad. Before reaching level 120, the average HEL mode Ancient Demon Court would only be an ordinary superior mythic. Although the boss they currently faced wasn't a superior mythic, it was a top-ranking ancient demonic beast. After factoring in the bonuses in HP and basic attributes the twin-headed destruction snake received for being a dungeon boss, it was a much more challenging opponent than the average superior mythic found in the outside world. TL notes: I will be using equipment set instead of set equipment from now on to make it easier to describe sets in plural. Chapter 80. 10 million with one sword. Chapter 80. 10 million with one sword. Should we retreat now, guild leader? Blackie asked as he looked toward S.H.I. plus phone. Without a Tier 4 team, there was no way they could take down the twin-headed destruction snake. It didn't matter even if they had a mana domain on their side. This was because top-tier ancient demonic beasts were born with mana domains. Thus, unless they had a master magic barrier, they would have no choice but to fight the twin-headed destruction snake at its peak. Retreat? S.H.I. plus phone rolled his eyes at Blackie. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. How can we just retreat? But we'll suffer a huge loss if we fail to kill the boss and die, Blackie said reluctantly as he looked at his own level. We'll only lose 20% EXP if we get killed by mobs inside the ancient demon court. But if we get killed by the final boss, we'll lose an entire level. Had they challenged the twin-headed destruction snake before they increased their levels, they could have just challenged it without any worries. However, everyone on the team had already reached level 104 or level 105. They had already Serpa S, said most players in the outside world in terms of level. Most importantly, level 105 was a small milestone that allowed players to equip level 105 weapons and equipment. So long as everyone on the team equipped themselves with level 105 fine gold equipment, they could head to a level 110 map to train and widen the gap between them and other players. After all, due to the significant level suppression in the miniature ancient world, even refinement realm experts wouldn't dare to grind in level 110 maps before reaching level 105. However, if they got team wiped by the final boss now, they would lose a significant portion of the advantages they had ACCU. Mulat in the ancient demon court. S.H.I. plus phone naturally understood what was going through Blackie's mind. Smiling, he said, although this twin-headed destruction snake is powerful, we aren't without a chance. We still have a chance. Blackie was stunned. Then he subconsciously turned to the twin-headed destruction snake in the distance. He had a feeling that their entire team combined wouldn't even be enough to fill one of the twin-headed snake's mouths. Su Qianlu and the others also felt that S.H.I. plus phone was joking with them when they heard his words. After all, N.O. body on their team could last more than a few minutes against the twin-headed destruction, snake's eyes of destruction. We naturally aren't able to resist the eyes of destruction for long periods. After stretching his body a little, S.H.I. plus phone chuckled and said, but what if we make it so that it can't open its eyes for long periods? Preventing it from opening its eyes? Su Qianlu grew confused as she watched S.H.I. plus phone walk forward. But where would we find enough experts to target all of its eyes? The simplest method to deal with the twin-headed destruction snake was to target its eyes of destruction. So long as one could seal its eyes, the twin-headed destruction snake would be no different than an ordinary mythic monster. However, the twin-headed destruction snake had a total of 8 eyes, for on each head. The boss also possessed strong regenerative strength, and it could repair any injuries in just 1 second. Meanwhile, even the boss could launch its mental attacks if even one of its eyes remained open. In other words, players needed to attack all 8 eyes once every second. Moreover, these attacks needed to destroy all 8 eyes. To make matters worse, the twin-headed destruction snake's combat standard was at the Trial Tower's 7th floor early stage standard. Thus, it'd take at least 8 refinement realm experts to accurately target and destroy the boss's eyes. Currently, setting aside whether they had enough basic attributes, they didn't even have 8 refinement realm experts on the team. However, S.H.I. plus phone did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he looked toward Su Qianlu and asked, "Can you guys seal 4 of its eyes?" After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu said, "If it's only 4 eyes, me, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and Desolate Star can just barely handle 1 each." That's enough, then. I'll take care of the other head by myself. Plus Fong said, nodding. Everyone else, just focus on dealing damage. Tanks, your job is to prevent the boss from charging into the crowd and using AoE attacks. Healers, all you need to do is keep the 5 of us healed. You are going to seal an entire head by yourself, guild leader. Su Qianlu couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Plus Feng's words. Wouldn't that put a lot of pressure on you? Su Qianlu recalled that Plus Feng was quite strong before she left Shadow. Even so, he was only at the half-step refinement realm standard back then. Of course, it had been several years since she left Shadow, so Plus Feng must have made some improvements during this period. The fact that Plus Feng managed to cast such a powerful mana domain was proof of that. Meanwhile, seeing that he had made such significant improvements in his mana control, he should have made some improvements in his combat standard as well. At this time, he might have already reached the Flowing Water Realm or the Flowing Water Realm's peak. However, destroying 4 Eyes of Destruction in 1 second wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when Plus Feng needed to face the twin-headed destruction snake's physical and mental attacks while doing so. Even a Void Realm expert would have trouble accompli. Plussing such a feat in addition, the twin-headed destruction snake's high HP meant that they would be in for a long battle. Meanwhile, a long battle also meant more chances to make mistakes, and even one slip-up in this battle could cost everyone their lives. However, before Su Qianlu could finish speaking, Plus Feng had already charged toward the twin-headed destruction snake. Subsequently, when Plus Feng moved within 100 yards of the twin-headed destruction snake, the boss immediately woke up, lifted its head, and opened its 8 eyes. When the 8 crimson eyes the size of study desks opened, everyone's worlds had seemingly distorted, and everyone had difficulty telling which direction was which. At the same time, an intense headache sulked everyone's minds, making it impossible for them to stay calm. Its mental attacks are too strong. We can't even get close at this rate. Fire Cloud said, clenching his teeth as he looked at the twin-headed destruction snake. Meanwhile, Su Qianlu also frowned in the situation, her complexion paling slightly from the intense headache she experienced. At this time, her head hurt so much that she couldn't even cast a Tier 3 spell, much less attack the boss with Plus Feng. However, while everyone was despairing over the situation, Plus Feng had jumped into the air and arrived above the twin-headed destruction snake's heads. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night in midair. Close those D.A.M. net eyes. 8 extreme slashes. The next moment, Plus Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night, creating 8 crescent moons that tore through P.A.C. and landed on the twin-headed destruction snake's 8 eyes. The boss had just opened its eyes, so it couldn't keep up with Plus Feng's actions at all. Piss, roar. The twin-headed destruction snake's 2 heads let out a painful howl, the intense pain coming from its eyes causing its massive body to distort and flatten the surrounding streets. Subsequently, frightening damages appeared above the twin-headed destruction snake's left head one after another. Minus 1,035,445. Minus 2,130,546. Minus 1,120,648. Damages exceeding 1 million appeared one after another, the total damage racking up to over 10 million and causing everyone to gape in shock. Chapter 81. HELL Modes Evaluation. Chapter 81. HELL Modes Evaluation. Everyone gaped in shock at the damage Plus Feng dealt. Big Sis Qianlu, didn't you say that the guild leader was only a Tier 3 half-step refinement realm expert before? Are you sure he's not a half-step domain realm monster instead? Happy Snow asked as she looked toward Su Qianlu dubiously. She could more or less accept that S.H.I. plus Feng possessed a mana domain. After all, a mana domain was the product of having superb control over mana. However, the 8 extreme slashes technique was an advanced combat technique that even sword-wielding Tier 5 experts had difficulty executing. Any expert capable of executing this technique below Tier 6 was more than qualified to compete for a spot among the 8 sword meisters. This, Su Qianlu was momentarily rendered speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. The little girl beside her had never doubted her words before today. Yet this was already the second time she had questioned her today. However, rather than getting angry, Su Qianlu was ecstatic at being questioned. If she were to point out what was most important in D's domain, she would have only one answer: experts. It was especially true for monster-caliber experts capable of fighting thousands by themselves. Why could Shadow never become a first-rate guild after developing in D's domain for a decade? Why could Su Qianliu's adventure team never enter the ranks of well-known adventure teams in the Black Dragon Empire? The answer was simple. It was because they lacked a truly powerful expert to protect the guild's interests. Take Tier 6G, D-ranked experts, for example. Even if a guild had only one Tier 6G, D-ranked expert and 0 refinement realm experts, it would be publicly recognized as a top-tier, first-rate guild, and even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to mess around with it for no good reason. Zero Wing might be a new guild right now, but so long as it had a half-step domain realm expert, like SHI plus Feng leading it, it'd have no trouble rising through the ranks of D's domain at all. At this time, apart from Su Qianlu, the other members of Su Qianliu's adventure team also grew excited, their confidence in Zero Wing's future skyrocketing. Meanwhile, when SHI plus Feng saw that everyone was still staring at him idly, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. Then he asked, "How long are you guys going to continue watching? Can you start fighting the boss now?" SHI plus Feng wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction to his show of strength. On the contrary, this was the effect he wanted. After all, a guild's leader needed to be someone that members could put their trust in. Although Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing with her adventurer team, the loyalty of her adventurer team's members remained with her, not him. If he wanted to have these experts follow his orders willingly, he needed to let them understand his strength. Otherwise, he'd have a challenging time ahead of him as Zero Wing's guild leader. After SHI plus Feng finished speaking, everyone promptly recovered their senses and began attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. Moreover, body showed any resistance toward SHI plus Feng's orders any longer. Now, everyone followed his orders with respect and expectations. Meanwhile, with Su Qianlu and the other refinement realm experts joining in, the team quickly sealed all 8 of the boss's eyes of destruction. Now, everyone simply needed to give their all in attacking the boss without having to bother about anything else. Speed up the damage output. The boss's recovery speed will only increase as the battle progresses. All melee players pay attention to the boss's tail swipe and magic attacks. SHI plus Feng issued commands to the team one after another while repeatedly destroying 4 of the 8 eyes of destruction. In reality, SHI plus Feng was more than capable of handling all 8 eyes of destruction by himself. After all, not only did he have his experiences as a Tier 6 Sword OD in his previous life, but his strength attribute had also reached the Tier 4 threshold already. The twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks were no trouble to him either. These mental attacks might affect other players, but they were no different than a gentle breeze to him. The threat level of these mental attacks wasn't even comparable to that of the boss's Tier 4 skills and spells. However, when considering Zero Wing's future development, SHI plus Feng decided to use the twin-headed destruction snake to train everyone. After all, opportunities for players to come across mental attacks in D's domain were few and far between. Meanwhile, players could develop their concentration standard by a certain extent when defending against mental attacks. Thus, it was fine even when Su Qianlu and the others slipped up and allowed the other 4 eyes of destruction to regenerate from time to time. Their mistakes would allow everyone to experience the boss's mental attacks. Then, everyone could figure out ways to adapt or resist these mental attacks. Subsequently, time said by quickly. Without realizing it, everyone had already fought against the twin-headed destruction snake for over an hour and whittled the boss's HP to just 10%. When the boss's HP reached 10%, it also entered a berserk state. Although its basic attributes remain unchanged, it started releasing AoE mental ripples even with all 8 of its eyes destroyed. Although these Tier 4 mental ripples weren't as powerful as the direct Tier 4 mental attacks from before, they were still very effective against Tier 3 players. While subjected to stinging pain in their mind and body, everyone couldn't exert more than 50% of their combat power. This situation forced everyone to find a way to defend against the mental ripples while attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. As a result, the fall of the boss's HP slowed down significantly, and casualties also began appearing one after another. Meanwhile, faced with this dangerous situation, everyone's minds became even more focused, which, in turn, subtly improved everyone's concentration standard. Eventually, though, the twin-headed destruction snake still fell under everyone's attacks, and countless particles of holy light started raining down from the sky, brightly illuminating the dusky sky. We won. We did it. Awesome. We actually got the first clear of L mode Ancient Demon Court. The surviving members of the team collapsed to the ground and cheered when they saw the light shower and the twin-headed destruction snake's corpse. At this time, even Su Qianlu had a hard time believing that they had completed the raid. On the main continent, Ancient Demon Courts were the various superpowers' exclusive playground. Although first-rate guilds could also raid an Ancient Demon Court, several first-rate guilds would need to work together to do so. Yet now their newly established guild had just raided an Ancient Demon Court. Moreover, it was even L mode Ancient Demon Court. While everyone was cheering in celebration, a golden glow enveloped many players in the team as these people leveled up from 104 to 105. As for those who were originally at level 105 already, they saw their experience bars filling up by a large margin. The amount of EXP the twin-headed destruction snake gave was enough to make up for 2 days' worth of solo grinding. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice also entered everyone's ears. System, congratulations! Zero Wing has obtained the first clear for the L mode Ancient Demon Court, rewarding all Partic 1P ants with 10 miniature Ancient World Reputation points and 5 Legacy Skill points. Loot quality upgraded by 1 rank. Guild's World Reputation plus 500. System, raid evaluation for the L mode Ancient Demon Court is S rank. S rank. CRAP. We got an S rank evaluation. Blackie couldn't help but rub his eyes in shock when he read the pop-up notification before him. Am I dreaming? No way. Firecloud was also thunderstruck after he took a closer look at the system notification. It really is an S rank evaluation. The Ancient Demon Court had 5 evaluation ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. However, even when raiding the hard mode Ancient Demon Court, the various superpowers could usually only obtain an A rank evaluation. Yet now their team had obtained an S rank evaluation for HELL mode. This situation simply felt unrealistic. Of those present, only S, H, I, plus Feng found this outcome normal. The Ancient Demon Court's evaluation system was based on 2 main criteria: time and casualty count. For the first criteria, the average clear time for the L mode Ancient Demon Court was around 16 hours, so their clear time of under 12 hours was considerably fast. For the second criteria, a team would receive an excellent result so long as the number of deaths did not exceed 200. The fact that they were the first team to clear this L mode Ancient Demon Court also added bonus points to their evaluation. Thus, it wasn't impossible for them to acquire an S rank evaluation. Chapter 82, Astonies.H.I, Plussing Reward. Chapter 82, Astonies. H.I, Plussing Reward. When the system notification ended, hundreds of items started raining down from the sky. Every one of these items radiated a dazzling golden glow, some of them even radiating a purplish golden glow coupled with a frightening amount of mana. In a matter of moments, the several hundred items reached the ground and formed a small mountain in front of everyone. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these items, their mouths watered and their eyes turned red. So, this is the loot of L mode Ancient Demon Court. When Blackie saw the many epic items and several unidentifiable items among the mountain of loot, his eyes widened in shock. I doubt even a superior mythic's loot can match 10% of the loot here, Happy Snow commented, her eyes glowing in excitement as she looked at the loot mountain. When their adventure team had been operating in the Black Dragon Empire, the strongest boss they had fought was a superior mythic. However, the quality of the loot that superior mythic dropped was nowhere near being a comparison to the twin-headed Destruction Snake's loot. Even without checking the exact quality of the items dropped, she could already tell just how amazing the dropped items were simply through the intensity of the mana they radiated. The mana the several unidentifiable items radiated was especially frightening. There was no way these items could be mere epic items. This left them with only one possibility: fragmented legendary items. Even after their adventure team had fought hard in the Black Dragon Empire for many years, they had not obtained even one fragmented legendary item before. Yet now, as many as 4 fragmented legendary items have dropped. We really hit the jackpot this time. SHI plus Fong also couldn't help but grow excited when he scanned the items on the ground. This was because he had noticed 2 familiar items among the pile of loot. One was the key to the Ancient Demon Court's outer gate, and the other was the teleportation stone for the inner zone. Both these items were crucial in taking control of the Ancient Demon Court. With these 2 items, he could turn this Ancient Demon Court into Zero Wing's private playground, and there would be nothing outsiders could do about it. Immediately, SHI plus Fong stepped forward and collected these 2 items. But these 2 items I have never seen before. HI plus Fong collected the 2 other items that radiated a frightening amount of mana. Of the 2, one was a dark gray crystal inscribed with runes, and the other was a sealed wooden box. Having never seen the 2 items before, SHI plus Fong used appraisal eyes on them. How is this possible? SHI plus Fong instantly lost his composure when the 2 item stats appeared before him. His eyes colored with shock. Did something good drop, guild leader? Blackie curiously asked when he noticed the shock on SHI plus Feng's face. No, these aren't just good items. These are priceless treasures, SHI plus Fong said, laughing as he looked at the 2 items in his hands. If these 2 items were merely fragmented legendary items, SHI plus Fong would have only been a little excited. However, the item, one tie of the 2 items before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Any one of them could cause the entire D's domain to go crazy. The dark gray crystal was named the Settlement Rune Crystal. Although this item did not have a rank, it was a priceless treasure in the miniature ancient world. This was because this crystal could be used to summon an ancient settlement in any location in the miniature ancient world. At this time, the various powers of D's domain had yet to even find a place to settle down in the various NPC cities, let alone establish a foothold outside of NPC cities. So, the value of an ancient settlement went without saying. As for the item sealed inside the wooden box, it was similarly an amazing item. The ancient mana equipment set design. Unlike the mana equipment set he currently wore, the set recorded in this design did not have its stats restricted to Tier 3. Instead, it followed the rank system of mainstream equipment used in the greater G's domain. The design recorded the production method of 2 sets. The first set was a dark gold ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 120, while the second set was an epic ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 150. The main material used to produce the dark gold set was magic crystals, and 1,000 magic crystals were needed for each production attempt. As for the supplementary materials needed, although they were rare, they weren't particularly expensive. Overall, it'd take only around 100 gold to gather one set of secondary materials. Although the dark gold mana equipment set's basic attributes couldn't compete against the Tier 3 mana equipment set, the bonuses the dark gold set provided was slightly better. Moreover, the dark gold set was a good fit for the miniature Ancient Worlds environment. If players equipped the set, they could significantly extend their activity time in the fields. If he could equip everyone in the guild with a set, it would boost Zero Wing's speed of development. Blackie, once you head back, see if you can recruit a few Master Forgers and Master Alchemists into the guild. Fong said after giving the matter some thought. The conditions are negotiable, but make sure to keep everything confidential. Master Forgers and Alchemists. Blackie was a little confused by Fang's request. However, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try to find some afterward, but don't get your hopes up. After all, you know how it is with lifestyle masters. Every one of them has a high status in D's domain. It's fine so long as you can get in touch with them," Fong said, smiling. Afterward, Fong had Su Qianlu and the others sort out the remaining loot, the harvest exciting everyone for a long time. The twin-headed destruction snake had dropped over 300 items. 8 were epic items, of which 3 were weapons and 5 were equipment. The weapons were a staff, a short sword, and a longbow. All 3 epic weapons could be used from level 100 to level 150. Although not as much as the Tier 3 mana equipment set, Blackie and the others still saw a significant improvement to their combat power when they equipped the epic weapons. Apart from the epic items, the boss had also dropped various legendary and inferior legendary materials. These were all crucial materials in producing epic weapons and equipment. However, compared to the weapons, equipment, and materials, what truly excited Su Qianlu and the others were 3 flutes. This dungeon is simply amazing. I can't believe it drops fine gold and dark gold mounts. Firecloud exclaimed, his eyes glowing as he looked at the 3 differently shaped flutes in Su Qianlu's hand. Mounts might not be considered rare on the main continent today, but the miniature Ancient World had only opened recently. So, mounts were practically non-existent here. Players were incapable of flight before they reached Tier 4, and even if they could fly, they couldn't fly very fast or long. However, if players managed to acquire a mount, they could increase their travel speed several times without worrying about stamina consumption. Aside from traveling, mounts could also be used to improve a player's overall combat power. It was especially true for mounts at the fine gold rank or above. A fine gold mount might not have superb combat power when summoned. They could provide buffs to players, increasing their combat power by at least 20%. Naturally, a dark gold mount would be even stronger. Meanwhile, out of the 3 mounts that the boss had dropped, 1 was the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf, and 2 were the fine gold ranked Shadow Panther. This panther looks so cute. Guild leader, can I have one, please? Happy Snow begged Fong, coquettishly after seeing the sample images of the Shadow Panther. Happy Snow did not ask for the dark gold ranked Thunderwolf, since it would naturally go to S. H. I plus phone. After all, as the guild leader, S. H. I plus phone was the face of Zero Wing. It'd be strange if he used an inferior mount or no mount at all. However, it was a different story for the fine gold ranked Shadow Panthers. Brothers before hoes, guild leader, Blackie hurriedly said. He wouldn't have cared who the Shadow Panthers went to if they were on the main continent. However, in the miniature ancient world, a fine gold mount was a powerful tool for leveling. Surprisingly, Firecloud also nodded in agreement with Blackie. He could concede on any other item, but he absolutely would not concede on the cool-looking Shadow Panthers. Seeing that everyone wanted one of the Shadow Panthers, S. H. I. plus Fong chuckled and said, "Since everyone wants them, we'll have the top 10 contributors this time roll the dice. That'd be fair for everyone." Everyone readily accepted S. H. I. plus Feng's suggestion, and the top 10 contributors after S. H. I. plus Feng promptly rolled the dice. After several elimination rounds, the winners of the 2 Shadow Panthers were Blackie and Su Qianlu. However, Su Qianlu had given her Shadow Panther to Happy Snow, causing the young girl to grow ecstatic. "All right, now that we've gotten everything we came here for, it's time you follow us back to 100 Flow City," S. H. I. plus Feng said as he looked at Su Qianlu. "We'll leave Rock Devil City alone for now and come back to develop there in the future." Su Qianlu and her companions did not have any objections toward S. H. I. plus Feng's arrangement. They had yet to settle down in Rock Devil City, so it didn't matter even if they changed bases of operation. Afterward, S. H. I. plus Feng led everyone through the portal that had appeared after the boss's death and teleported out of the ancient demon court. Chapter 83, Zero Wing? Chapter 83, Zero Wing? Meanwhile, outside the ancient demon court, chaos had ensued. Not long ago, the glory tablet outside the ancient demon court had suddenly displayed that S. H. I. plus Feng's team had cleared the H. L. mode ancient demon court, the tablet listing the names of the players on the team and the guild the team was affiliated to. Meanwhile, everyone outside the ancient demon court momentarily fell silent upon seeing these names. Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why have I never heard of it? Don't tell me it's the new guild Su Qianliu's adventurer team joined. That's H. L mode we are talking about. How can a new guild clear it? Could it be a bug? The many experts present couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the name of the guild displayed on the glory tablet. With their team strength, even clearing normal mode is going to be a challenge. So how did they manage to clear HELL mode? Could it be that the ancient demon court's HELL mode is only a front? Rain Song wondered as she looked at the pitch-black skull hovering above the entrance portal. Su Qianlu might have been a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, and her adventure team might have 4 or more refinement realm experts. But such a team lineup was nothing compared to the various first-rate guilds' main force. If even first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall needed to work together to raid an ancient demon court, there was no way Su Qianliu's team could raid it successfully. Yet, not only did this insignificant team clear the ancient demon court, but had also done it on the HELL mode difficulty. This situation was akin to a mockery of their 2 guilds' inability and foolishness. Big Sis Rue, do you think that we might have misunderstood the miniature ancient world's ancient demon courts? Rain Song asked, voicing her confusion to cleansed Rue. Could it be that the ancient demon courts here are much easier than we believe them to be? We can't exclude that possibility. Cleansed Rue was also feeling a little dazed as she looked at the glory tablet. She had never expected such an outcome, and she couldn't help but regret her decision to remain outside. Setting aside the HELL mode ancient demon court's actual difficulty, just the fact that Su Qianliu's team had managed to clear it was undoubtedly a slap to their 2 guilds' faces. To make matters worse, they had lost the ancient demon court to an unrated guild under a situation where they had mobilized their best experts. If news of this situation got out, their 2 guilds would become a joke in D's domain. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted time waiting for reinforcements outside. Instead, she would have entered the ancient demon court with One-Eyed Ghost immediately after Su Qianliu's team entered it. All right, what's done is done. There's no use for regrets, Crimson Heart, clad in her sacred white armor, said when she saw Cleansed Rue's regretful expression. As a vice guild leader, the first thing you should do isn't to regret, but to figure out how you can make up for your mistakes. Vice guild leader Crimson is correct, One-Eyed Ghost, who was standing some distance away, said when he heard Crimson Heart's words. Then he revealed a cold smile as he continued. I have indeed underestimated Su Qianliu's new guild. However, this is the end of the line for them. I will let them know how foolish their actions are. The team, led by one of the 8 sword meisters, had actually gotten toyed by a no-name guild. If news of this got out, he would absolutely become a laughingstock. The only way he could salvage this situation now was to kill every member on Su Qianliu's team, take back what was rightfully his, and make the other side into the laughingstock instead. Well said. It's been a while since I've encountered such interesting people. We must take good care of these people and make sure they learn that there are some things that they can't simply lay their hands on. Stalwart Bear said, nodding in agreement with One-Eyed Ghost's words. Then he looked toward Crimson Heart and said, Crazy woman, my suggestion is for us to use our guild war orders and kill them until they delete their accounts. What do you think? The Guild War Order was a privilege afforded to all guilds, and it could be used to lock down an entire map. However, the Guild War Order had limited duration and a considerably long cooldown. If they wanted to lock down a map for a considerable period, they would need to use at least 2 Guild War Orders. Okay, Crimson Heart agreed without hesitation. Do you think Su Qianliu lost her mind, Big Sis Rue? When Rain Song saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear agreeing with each other to use their Guild War orders, she couldn't help but pity Su Qianliu and her team. Had she raided with us, she could have more or less acquired some benefits. Yet, she chose to monopolize the ancient demon court right in front of our faces. The Guild War Order was different from magic barriers used to seal maps. Apart from prohibiting teleportation inside the targeted map, the Guild War Order also prevented players from logging out of the game while inside the map. Players would have to walk out of the affected region before going offline. Otherwise, even if players forcibly logged out of the game, their characters would remain in D's domain, and they could still be resurrected, killed, lose items upon death. Moreover, the item drop rate after death would be extremely high. Thus, the Guild War Order could be considered the biggest trump card of the various guilds in D's domain. Unless conflict between 2 guilds had escalated to an unsalvageable point, guilds wouldn't typically make use of their Guild War Order. Now that Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear had decided to use 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's Guild War Orders, one could see just how angry the 2 of them were. Cleansed Rue remained silent in response to Rain Song's question. This was because she couldn't understand why Su Qianliu would make such a foolish decision, either. Did Su Qianliu really think that her small team could go against their 2 guilds? Or was she so foolish that she had never considered these problems? However, their 2 guilds had long since made it clear how much importance they placed on the ancient demon court. Moreover, since Su Qianliu had already told them the ancient demon court's location, her only option was to cooperate. Trying to monopolize the ancient demon court in such a situation was simply foolish. It might be fine if she had failed to monopolize the ancient demon court, but if she succeeded, what she had to face next was the wrath of their 2 guilds. Meanwhile, the wrath of 2 top-tier first-rate guilds wasn't something a newly established guild could endure. Faced with such a situation, there would only be one outcome for the new guild: annihilation. Complete and utter annihilation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Qianlu had done exactly that. She had given up on cooperating with their two guilds without hesitation and cleared the ancient demon court in front of them. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was the fact that Su Qianlu had never cared about what their two guilds thought since the very beginning. However, in Cleansed Ru's opinion, the likelihood of that being the case was minuscule. While Cleansed Ru was immersed in her thoughts, an energy ripple suddenly spread from Stalwart Bear. The energy ripple spread across Ama, Civ area, spreading all the way to Rock Devil City and covering nearly half of the city. A guild war order. What's going on? The notification says this is Nature Hall's guild war order. Is Nature Hall declaring an all-out war against another guild? Investigate. Find out which power Nature Hall is trying to target immediately. The activation of Nature Hall's Guild War Order immediately stirred the various powers based in Rock Devil City. Everyone's reactions ranging from curious to fearful. They were curious to find out which power had provoked Nature Hall to a point where the top-tier first-rate guild had used its Guild War Order, and they were fearful that this Guild War Order might be targeted at them. Hence, the various powers based on Rock Devil City promptly dispatched a large amount of manpower to look into the situation. Meanwhile, around 20 minutes after Nature Hall activated its Guild War Order, flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of the ancient demon court's entrance, Portal 1, after another. In the blink of an eye, a team of nearly 300 players had appeared in front of 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members. Chapter 84, Confidence? Chapter 84, Confidence? What? They actually dared to come out. Do these people really think that our two guilds will just let them go after they've cleared the ancient demon court? 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be surprised when they saw S.H.I. plus Fang's team appearing in front of the portal. They never thought that S.H.I. plus Fang's team would dare come out so soon. The foolishness of these people had gone beyond their imagination, and ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was a resource that even the various superpowers would go crazy for, let alone first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. In their opinion, S.H.I. plus Fang's team must have long since prepared themselves to make an enemy out of their two guilds, and they must be planning on hiding inside the ancient demon court for some time. After all, the Guild War Order had a limited duration. Even if their two guilds worked together, they could at most seal the region for 2 days. Once their two guilds ran out of Guild War Orders to use, they would have to switch to using magic barriers instead. At that time, it was entirely possible for S.H.I. plus Fang's team to escape. Yet now S.H.I. plus Fang's team had left the ancient demon court less than an hour after clearing it. Wait, their levels, Crimson Heart exclaimed, a look of shock appearing on her face when she looked at Su Qianlu and the players around her. Level 105? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's exclamation, the other members of the two first-rate guilds also used their respective identification skills to check the levels of Zero Wings members. Level 105. How are their levels so high? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked and confused as they looked at the levels of Zero Wings members. In the current miniature ancient world, the average level of mainstream players was only level 102. Even the various superpowers monsters were nowhere near reaching level 105, past level 100. Every subsequent level up in D's domain required a significant amount of EXP. Meanwhile, if players wanted to grind by killing large numbers of great Lord rank monsters, they would typically need to do so in a team. This meant that they would have to share the EXP among multiple players, which would reduce their grinding efficiency. Overall, it would take an expert around 3 to 5 days to level up once. Even grinding maniacs would still need around 2 to 3 days to level up once. Moreover, this time would further increase as players reached higher levels. Yet, now, Zero Wings members were at level 105 on average. They were at least 10 days ahead of the various superpowers expert teams in terms of leveling progress. If it were on the main continent, a difference of 10 days would be insignificant. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. Having a 10-day lead was a massive advantage. Zero Wings members could even head to level 110 maps to grind and further widen their advantage. However, 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Halls members weren't the only ones in shock right now. Su Qianlu and the others were similarly given a shock after exiting the ancient demon court. 100 Flower Palaces, Crimson Heart. Stalwart Bear of the 5 Blades. What's going on? Why are there so many tier 5 experts here? Blackie and the others were both excited and nervous when they saw the 2 first-rate guilds members that were glaring at them. This was a situation they had never encountered during the many years they spent in Shadow. Whether it was Crimson Heart or Stalwart Bear, both were myth-like big shots in D's domain. Under normal circumstances, one would have difficulty meeting even one of them. Yet now, both of them were gathered at the same location. After including the Frost Flame Des Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost of the 8 Sword Meisters, there were a total of 4 tier 5 experts currently gathered here. Have these 2 guilds lost their minds? They sent nearly half of their tier 5 experts here just to secure the ancient demon court. Do they not care about the situation on the main continent anymore? Su Qianliu's complexion paled when she saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Although she had already expected the 2 guilds to blockade the ancient demon court's entrance, she never expected them to be this desperate. Not only did they dispatch Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, but they had also dispatched Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. At this point, the 2 guilds had practically dispatched half of their combat power to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, they had gathered all of it in front of the ancient demon court. In this situation, even with the help of the Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets, their team would be unlikely to escape. Level 105. So this is your confidence. After both sides remained silent for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the teleportation portal. This figure appeared like a ghost, and the aura he radiated also resembled that of a ferocious ghost. Bathed in this aura, Su Qianlu and the others felt as if their bodies had been submerged into a quagmire, and they couldn't help but feel suffocated. It seems One-Eyed Ghost has made significant improvements again, Crimson Heart commented when she saw One-Eyed Ghost charging ahead. Then she turned to Stalwart Bear and indifferently asked, "The footwork he used is the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, right?" "That's right." Stalwart Bear nodded in delight. Thus far, he and the guild leader are the only ones who have mastered it. With this footwork, he should have no problems getting into the top 3 in the next Sword Meister compet. 110. While Stalwart Bear was talking, One-Eyed Ghost had also executed his footwork again, instantly arriving in front of Su Qianlu and the others like a ghost. "You have really toyed with our 2 guilds, Su Qianlu. It seems all of us have underestimated you," One-Eyed Ghost said as he looked at Su Qianlu. Then he unsheathed the blood-red great sword on his back and coldly said, "But if you think that you can escape from us just because you have a level advantage, then you are sorely mistaken. You have 2 options right now. The first is to hand over all of the loot and delete your accounts. And the second is for me to kill you until you delete your accounts. Take your pick." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, the players maintaining the magic barrier enveloping the area around the portal also strengthened the barrier's output. Now, apart from reducing Zero Wings members' basic attributes by 20%, the barrier also reduced their reaction speed by 20%. Chapter 85. Determining Superiority in One Battle. Chapter 85. Determining Superiority in One Battle. Su Qianlu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart when she looked at One-Eyed Ghost and the 100-plus Refinement Realm experts around them. The current situation was completely outside of her expectations. She had never thought that the Guild I plus Feng created would have such a strong foundation. She also didn't expect SHI plus Feng to set his eyes on the ancient demon court, something which Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall had already set their sights on, and clear it in HLL mode. Every one of these miracles was essentially a provocation for the two first-rate guilds. Although Su Qianlu could empathize with the two guilds, she really wanted to say one thing to One-Eyed Ghost right now. She really didn't do it on purpose. However, Su Qianlu also understood that nothing would change even if she said that now. This was because Zero Wing had already acquired the ancient demon court. If Zero Wing wished to retain owners, HI plus P over the ancient demon court, it would have to fight against the two first-rate guilds. After letting out a deep sigh, Su Qianlu said in the team chat, "Guild leader, I will distract One-Eyed Ghost with Fire Cloud. I doubt Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue would hurry to take action. If everyone on the team scatters and flees, it is unlikely the three of them will pay attention to you. At that time, try to break out of the encirclement. So long as you can break through, our efforts today will not go to waste." Fire Cloud also nodded in agreement. Although they were currently suppressed by a magic barrier with the effects of their Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, he should have no problems holding One-Eyed Ghost back for some time if he worked together with Su Qianlu. After all, they could already exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard with their Tier 3 skills and spells. With him holding the line at the front and Su Qianlu launching spells at the back, it was entirely possible for them to clash against a monster-level expert like One-Eyed Ghost. Hearing Su Qianliu's words, Blackie and the others also readied themselves to put their lives on the line. However, after seeing everyone's resolve, SHI plus Feng casually looked at One-Eyed Ghost and said, "No need to go through such trouble. If these are all the forces they have here, they cannot stop me." After saying so, SHI plus Feng started walking step by step toward One-Eyed Ghost. "Guild leader." Su Qianlu was stunned when she saw SHI plus Feng walking toward One-Eyed Ghost. She never thought SHI plus Feng could settle for a frontal confrontation. However, before Su Qianlu could react to the situation, SHI plus Feng had already moved within 10 yards of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, SHI plus Feng's words and actions had also surprised the two first-rate guild's members. "We cannot stop you. What bold words you have there, punk." One-Eyed Ghost's eyes twitched, his expression turning grim as he looked at SHI plus Feng. He never thought that some no-name ant would dare disregard him to such an extent. "It seems you are eager to die first. In that case, I'll grant you your Wisconsin H." Plus, after saying so, One-Eyed Ghost swung his crimson greatsword, sending several crescent blades flying at SHI plus Feng. Advanced combat technique, Fragmented Moon. The vice commander is really mad now. He actually used one of his ultimate moves right off the bat. That's right. With this, that kid won't last more than a move. Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be awed when they saw the crescent blades flying toward SHI plus Feng. Fragmented Moon was one of One-Eyed Ghost's ultimate moves, and it merged 4 sword lights to form one crescent blade. Although One-Eyed Ghost was only at Tier 3 right now, every crescent blade he unleashed carried power at the Tier 4 standard. This move simply wasn't a move ordinary experts could block. Even if a well-equipped Tier 3 berserker received one of these crescent blades with their weapon, they would get knocked back by over a dozen steps. A swordsman like SHI plus Feng would fare even worse if he tried to block those crescent blades. Subsequently, when the crescent blades were about to reach SHI plus Feng, SHI plus Feng suddenly brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Clang! 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 A series of metallic sounds echoed throughout the cavern. To everyone's surprise, not only did SHI plus Feng shatter the several crescent blades, but he had done so without taking even half a step back. He behaved as if nothing had happened, and he looked at One-Eyed Ghost as if saying, "Is this all you got? Good. It seems you're not all talk." One-Eyed Ghost's expression turned chilly when he saw S.H.I. plus Feng neutralizing his attack. "Let's see how many times you can repeat this." Getting serious, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Bronze footwork, Phantom Ghost. For a time, One-Eyed Ghost started appearing and disappearing around S.H.I. plus Feng like a ghost. The afterimages he left behind looked incredibly realistic, making it impossible for others to pinpoint his real body. What speed! Firecloud's expression grew heavy as he watched One-Eyed Ghost flickering around the battlefield. Previously, he thought that he could match One-Eyed Ghost for a moment if he worked together with Su Qianlu. However, looking at things now, he realized that he had been very naive. Currently, he couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost with his eyes, let alone stop him. Meanwhile, after the afterimages increased to a critical number, they suddenly sent sword lights flying at S.H.I. plus Feng from multiple directions. Is this the strength of one of the 8 sword meisters? Su Qianlu felt her scalp tingling when she saw the numerous sword lights striking at S.H.I. plus Feng from different directions. Although she had long since known that there was a big gap in strength between her and One-Eyed Ghost, she didn't think it would be this huge. At this time, she couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost's movements, let alone fight him. Subsequently, just when the countless sword lights were about to cut S.H.I. plus Feng into shreds, S.H.I. plus Feng brandished the winter of eternal night once more. Boom! S.P.A.C. exploded, and a shockwave enveloped a radius of several dozen yards around the epicenter. Immediately afterward, One-Eyed Ghost's figure appeared in front of S.H.I. plus Feng. His crimson great sword stopped just half a yard away from S.H.I. plus Feng, unable to proceed even an inch forward. He blocked it. Before anyone realized it, a hint of shock and gravity had appeared on One-Eyed Ghost's angry expression. Even Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be surprised and confused as they looked at S.H.I. plus Feng. One-Eyed Ghost's execution of Phantom Ghost was undoubtedly perfect. When going up against this footwork, unless one possessed extraordinary reaction speed and an absolute perception toward one's surrounding environment, it'd be impossible to stop One-Eyed Ghost's attack. Isn't the guild leader a little too amazing, Big Sis Qianlu? He's actually holding his ground against one of the 8 sword meisters. Happy Snow exclaimed, her eyes glittering with excitement when she saw S.H.I. plus Feng holding his ground against One-Eyed Ghost. His strength is on par with a sword meister? Su Qianlu also grew ecstatic when she saw S.H.I. plus Feng coming out unscathed. At this point, it wouldn't matter even if they lost this battle and had to start a new account. So long as Zero Wing had S.H.I. plus Feng, it was only a matter of time before it became a first-rate guild in G.O.D's domain. Guild leader. As for Blackie and the others, they gaped in shock at this scene, feeling as if they were coming to know S.H.I. plus Feng for the first time. The strength S.H.I. plus Feng previously displayed in the ancient demon court was already plenty surprising. However, the strength he currently displayed was on an entirely different level. This was one of the 8 sword meisters they were talking about. Excluding Tier 6 G.O.D-ranked experts, the 8 sword meisters were the strongest sword-wielding experts in G.O.D's domain. Every one of them stood at the apex of G.O.D's domain, and they could single-handedly threaten a guild. Yet now S.H.I. plus Feng was standing toe-to-toe with a sword meister. This meant that he was already standing at the apex of G.O.D's domain. In comparison, Shadow and Lon Hailong were nothing but jokes. Chapter 86. One Sword to Reach the Apex. Chapter 86. One Sword to Reach the Apex. It seems I have really underestimated you. I did not think a domain realm expert would settle down in a small guild. It explains why Su Qianlu dared to openly challenge us, One-Eyed Ghost coldly said as he looked at S. H.I. plus Fang's cloaked figure. However, don't you think you are being overconfident if you think you can provoke our two guilds? After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly vanished from everyone's vision. However, unlike before, One-Eyed Ghost's disappearance this time also caused the surrounding mana to grow rampant, and even S.P.A.C. itself had started trembling. I want to see how many times you can stop my attacks. After learning that S.H.I. plus Feng wasn't an ordinary expert, One-Eyed Ghost stopped holding back, choosing to unleash his mana domain immediately. Then, in conjunction with his bronze footwork, he activated his Tier 3 legacy skill, Blood Shadow Thrust. Blood Shadow Thrust was the fastest sword attack One-Eyed Ghost could execute at Tier 3. Upon activating the skill, One-Eyed Ghost would execute 13 consecutive thrusting attacks, each one faster than the one before. When paired with Phantom Ghost, even Stalwart Bear, one of the 5 blades, wouldn't dare to face One-Eyed Ghost directly. This was because the speed of this attack simply wasn't something one could respond to with a Tier 3 physique. Meanwhile, after One-Eyed Ghost vanished from everyone's vision, the only sign indicating that he was still here were the streaks of red light zipping around the battlefield. 1 streak, 3 streaks, 7 streaks. Each streak of red light that appeared moved faster than the other. Even spatial tiers had started appearing around the battlefield by the 9th streak. When S.H.I. plus Feng saw the 13 red light streaks coming for him, he revealed a faint smile. Then, after entering a casual stance, he started Brandis. H.I. plusing the winter of Eternal Night. Sword's transmigration. Immediately, sword lights also appeared around S.H.I. plus Feng one after another and clashed with the oncoming red light streaks. Boom, boom, boom. Every sword light caused S.P.A.C. to shatter and the ground to tremble. The intense shock waves and explosions gave everyone the illusion that the sky was falling. When all 13 light streaks disappeared, dust enveloped the entire cavern. Then, once the dust settled, everyone could see 2 figures standing on the battlefield. At this time, though, one of them was no longer wielding his sword. Or, more specifically, this person's arm, together with his sword, had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when the dust thoroughly settled. This was because the person who had lost his arm was none other than One-Eyed Ghost. Moreover, his severed arm wasn't the only injury One-Eyed Ghost suffered. There were also numerous deep cuts covering his body, and his HP had sharply fallen under the 25% threshold, entering a critical level. The vice commander actually lost. Nature Hall's members were in disbelief when they saw that One-Eyed Ghost was heavily injured, while S.H.I. plus Feng remained completely unharmed. Although One-Eyed Ghost was no longer as strong as he was on the main continent after entering the miniature ancient world, the techniques and combat standard he cultivated remained. Now that he had also mastered the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, he could potentially rank among the top 3 of the 8 Swordmeisters. Other than G.O. deranked experts, there was probably N.O. body capable of defeating One-Eyed Ghost without taking any damage. Yet now, not only did One-Eyed Ghost lose to a no-name swordsman, but he had even suffered a miserable defeat. At this time, One-Eyed Ghost also turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng, his eyes filled with shock. However, a moment later, he sneered and said, "Your skills truly amaze me. This is the first time I have seen someone capable of such swift attacks at Tier 3. Even the top 3 sword meisters pale in comparison. However, if you think that you can act arrogantly in front of our 2 guilds just because of that, you should think again. If you don't hand over the ancient demon court's key, none of you should think of leaving here today." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, healing spells suddenly started landing on him one after another, instantly regenerating his HP back to full. Even his severed arm had regenerated completely. Immediately afterward, the 100 refinement realm experts on standby surrounded S.H.I. plus foam. These people are despicable. I can't believe they're resorting to bullying with numbers after losing a one-on-one fight. Happy Snow said angrily when she saw the many refinement realm experts getting ready to fight. Let's join in as well, Big Sis Qianlu. Nodding, Su Qianlu said, MHM, everyone get ready. We'll try to blast a hole in the barriers afterward. With the guild leader's skills, he should have no problem escaping the two guilds' pursuit. With the help of magic barriers and magic arrays, it wouldn't be a problem for 100 refinement realm experts to whittle down a domain realm expert. It was especially true when both sides were still at Tier 3. After all players had limited mana and concentration. Meanwhile, fighting against refinement realm experts was an entirely different experience than fighting against ordinary experts. One would need to combine powerful combat techniques and skills to kill refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, doing so would put a huge burden on one's stamina and concentration. Hence, in a situation where one didn't have an advantage in tiers, even a domain realm expert wouldn't dare to face 100 well-equipped refinement realm experts. Not to mention, Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace had 4 Apex experts on their side. Just when Su Qianlu and the others were about to reinforce S.H.I. plus foam S.H.I. plus foam glanced at One-Eyed Ghost and indifferently said, Me? Arrogant? No, it is you people who are arrogant. Do you honestly think you can do anything against me with just 100 refinement realm experts? After saying so, S.H.I. plus foam took a step toward the nearest refinement realm expert. Then, with him at the center, the mana within a 100-yard radius instantly vanished, the sudden change causing the refinement realm experts and One-Eyed Ghost to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, upon sensing the surrounding mana disappearing and his mana domain getting overwhelmed, One-Eyed Ghost couldn't help but be stunned as he exclaimed, This is a true mana domain! However, before One-Eyed Ghost could make any further reactions, S.H.I. plus foam had already raised the winter of eternal night. Then, concentrating all of the mana he gathered from his surroundings into the sword, he transformed the weapon into a mana greatsword that measured 100 yards in length and swung it. First sword, Light Shadow. Boom! This was the first time S.H.I. plus foam had executed Light Shadow after his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold, and everywhere the sword of Light Pa-S said through transformed into a pitch-black void. Even a Tier 4 mythic monster would suffer serious injuries if struck by this attack. A Tier 3 player would be utterly helpless against this attack. The instant the Sword of Light made contact with One-Eyed Ghost's body, his HP fell to 0 instantly, and even his body had disintegrated into nothingness. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus foam completed his attack, an unprecedented silence enveloped the cavern as everyone dazedly stared at the broken SPAC around S.H.I. plus foam. Chapter 87, True Monster. Chapter 87, True Monster, he died. I must be dreaming. How can he kill 100 refinement realm experts in one move? This must be a dream. 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Halls members couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw One-Eyed Ghost and the 100 refinement realm experts evaporating from the battlefield. They were aware that Civ gaps could exist even between Tier 3 experts. Take One-Eyed Ghost, for example. They were unlikely to beat him even if they ganged up on him. However, even though they couldn't beat him, they could see and understand why they were inferior to him. The current situation, though, was something they couldn't even understand. At this time, let alone the two guilds' experts, even Su Qianlu and the others were flabbergasted by this situation. The attack S.H.I. plus foam just executed had already exceeded their common sense of what a Tier 3 player was capable of, and it was something none of them had seen before. What just happened, Big Sis Rue? Why couldn't I sense even a bit of mana fluctuation coming from him just now? Rain Song asked as she turned to cleanse Drew, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. That attack's power was close to reaching the Tier 4 peak standard. How can a Tier 3 player like him unleash such power without using any Tier 3 super skills? S, P, A, C, and G. D's domain was incredibly stable, and attacks would typically have to reach the Tier 4 peak standard to shatter S, P, A, C into oblivion. Unless a Tier 3 player used a Tier 3 ancient super skill or spell, it should be impossible for them to achieve such power. However, Rain Song had failed to sense any mana fluctuations coming from S, H, I plus Fong just now. In other words, S, H, I plus Fong had unleashed that extraordinary attack just now without employing the use of any skills or spells. Instead, he had relied entirely on his techniques to execute that attack. Even as someone who used to be at the peak of Tier 4, Rain Song had never heard of a Tier 3 player being able to execute an attack at the Tier 4 peak standard. He should have used some kind of mana technique just now, Cleanse Drew said, a grim expression on her face as she looked at S, H, I plus Fong. However, out of all the mana techniques I know, none of them are capable of unleash H, I plusing such destructive power. You two can stop guessing. That was indeed a mana technique, Crimson Heart suddenly said as she watched the S, P, A, C around S, H, I plus Fong slowly mending itself. But this mana technique should be A, G, O, D's legacy. A, G, O, D's legacy? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's words, Rain Song immediately turned to look at S, H, I plus Fong, her voice trembling as she muttered, Doesn't that mean he is? MHM, it is just as you guessed. Look at S, H, I plus Fong. Crimson Heart's complexion sank slightly as she said, He should be a Tier 6 Sword G. O, D. Crazy. This is crazy. Why would someone like him come to this place? Rain Song ranted almost frantically as she looked at S, H, I plus Fong. Tier 6 G. O, D-ranked experts stood at the pinnacle of G. O, D's domain. Unless Tier 6 G. O, DS appeared, they would be near invincible existences. Currently, the reason why so many experts had chosen to abandon their achievements on the main continent and enter the miniature ancient world was so that they could hopefully ascend to greater heights. Even Tier 5 experts were no exception. However, it was a different story for Tier 6G, D-ranked experts. As individuals who had already reached the theoretical finish line of G, D's domain, Tier 6G, D-ranked experts did not need to enter the miniature ancient world. After all, no matter how great of a fortuitous encounter they came across in the miniature ancient world, the best they could achieve was to climb back to Tier 6. Rather than waste their time doing such a futile action, they'd be better off doing other, more productive things. At this moment, Rain Song wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Cleanse Drew, a Tier 5 expert, was similarly confused. For what reason did a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert like S, H, I, plus Foam come to the miniature ancient world? Did he come here to bully noobs because he had nothing better to do? While Cleanse Drew and the others were feeling shocked and confused, S, H, I, plus Foam, who stood in midair, turned to Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Then, like A.G., D looking down at a bunch of ants, he asked, Do you still want to continue? Even before obtaining the Tier 3 Ancient Mana equipment set, S, H, I, plus Foam had never cared about any first-rate guild. Now that he had the mana equipment set, the only guilds that could enter his eyes were super guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the ancient demon court with his team. Meanwhile, upon hearing S, H, I, plus Feng's question, the two first-rate guilds members couldn't help but turn to look at Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear, anxiety coloring their faces. Previously, they had looked at S, H, I, plus Fong and his team as if they were ants. Now, though, the situation had made a complete reversal, and SHI plus Fong could decide their life and death with just a thought. It should be known that a guild war order was sealing the map they were currently in, so they couldn't log out even if they wanted to. Moreover, SHI plus Fang's team could even freely resurrect them after killing them. If Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear answered poorly, everyone here would have a bleak future ahead of them. You jest, sir. After a moment of silence, Crimson Heart frankly said, If you wish to leave now, I doubt we'll be able to stop you even if we wanted to. SHI plus Fang's attack just now had already destroyed the magic barrier enveloping his team. At this time, even Su Qianlu and the others could freely leave the cavern, let alone SHI plus Fang. Hearing Crimson Heart's words, Stalwart Bear helplessly gestured for Nature Hall's members to step aside and open a path for Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, neither Crimson Heart nor Cleansed Rue was surprised by how decisively Stalwart Bear responded. With Stalwart Bear's personality, he would have fought to the very end if SHI plus Fang wasn't a Tier 6G, ranked expert. It wouldn't matter even if Nature Hall's team ran the risk of annihilation. He would take his chances so long as he had the slightest possibility of victory. However, the only solution to a Tier 6G, deranked expert was another Tier 6G, deranked expert. Without a Tier 6G, deranked expert on his side, the only thing Stalwart Bear could do in this situation was to take the loss. This was because it was incredibly difficult to topple AG, deranked expert using numbers. If he did that, he would only be worsening his losses. Not to mention, they were currently in the miniature ancient world, making an enemy out of a Tier 6G. Deranked expert here was no different than courting death. After seeing the two first-rate guild's members opening a path, SHI plus Fang locked the ancient demon court's entrance and said through the team chat, "Let's go." Meanwhile, whether it was Su Qianlu or Blackie, both of them couldn't help but stare at SHI plus Fang in a daze. Being able to win against one of the 8 sword meisters was already an Estonies. HI plussing feet now, SHI plus Fang had even wiped out 100 refinement realm experts in a single move. Even the legendary experts of D's domain were probably incapable of such a feat when they were at Tier 3. Chapter 88, Famous. Chapter 88, Famous after SHI plus Fang and his team left the cavern, Stalwart Bear couldn't help but turn to Crimson Heart and asked, "What do you think of that dear ranked expert? If even you don't know him, do you think I would?" Crimson Heart said, rolling her eyes, "Out of the deranked experts and Tier 5 experts capable of reaching Tier 6, none of them resemble him," Stalwart Bear said with a pondering look. "I suspect that he doesn't belong to our D's domain." "Indeed, the possibility is high," Crimson Heart said, agreeing with Stalwart Bear's opinion. There were only so many Tier 6G, deranked experts and Tier 5 experts with the potential to reach Tier 6 in the game, and everyone belonging to the upper echelons of D's domain more or less knew of these people. So, it didn't make sense that an unknown Tier 6G, deranked expert had suddenly appeared out of thin air. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending this person. A Tier 6G, deranked expert, not belonging to any local power could become a weapon of S destruction in the miniature ancient world. If they could befriend SHI plus Fang, once it came time for the various powers to compete with each other, their 2 guilds could hold a civ advantage in the compet. 1 tie-in. After all, there was no way any Tier 6G, deranked expert from the main continent would enter the miniature ancient world. They had much more important things to do than retrain their accounts from Tier 3. "I'm afraid it won't be convenient for Nature Hall to approach that guy," Stalwart Bear said. Then he turned toward Cleansed Rue and smiled, saying, "I heard that you have tried to invite Su Qianlu to 100 Flower Palace several times before, Miss Rue. In that case, you should have a good relations. HI plus P with Su Qianlu, right? That Su Qianlu looks like she shares a close relations. HI plus P with that person. So we will have to rely on you for this matter. Me. Cleansed Rue was a little stunned when she heard Stalwart Bear's words. We can only rely on you now, Rue, Crimson Heart said, seconding Stalwart Bear's words. Not only did we lose the ancient demon court, but we have also suffered heavy casualties today. If we want to compete with the other first-rate powers, our only hope is to rely on that D-ranked expert. Don't you know Su Qianlu in the real world? Try to learn more about that person through her. If we can tie him to our boat, you'll be making a big contribution to the guild. All right then. I'll try my best, Su Qianlu said, sighing. Meanwhile, shortly after Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace removed their guild war order, the various powers investigating the two guilds came to learn of an Estones. Plussing piece of news. It turned out that the reason the two top-tier first-rate guilds had locked down a map was because of a newly established guild called Zero Wing. However, after the two sides finished class, plussing the two first-rate guilds had kept their mouths shut about Zero Wing and even behaved fearfully when talking about the new guild. Investigate. Find out Zero Wing's origins, no matter the cost. It seems Zero Wing isn't some ordinary guild. Notify everyone in the guild to be careful around Zero Wing's members. The various powers based in Rock Devil City had varying reactions toward Zero Wing. Some grew curious, some grew fearful, and some thought of befriending Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing's name gradually spread throughout Rock Devil City. While Zero Wing's name was spreading, plus Foam had already returned to 100 Flow City with Su Qianlu and the others. Guild leader, there are currently 3 first-rate guilds, 8 second-rate guilds, and many third-rate guilds and adventure teams operating in 100 Flow City. These powers are all fervently recruiting members, and the benefits they offer are very high. With our current lack of funds, I'm afraid it'll be tough for us to attract any new members in 100 Flow City, Su Qianlu explained, growing a little worried after learning about 100 Flow City's situation. My suggestion is that we lower our entry requirement and gradually train the newcomers from the ground up. We can even fill our guild warehouse while doing so. What do you think? The guild benefits plus Foam had set for Zero Wing were indeed Estones. Plussing and true experts of D's domain would find it hard to refuse these benefits. Normally, if a guild were to offer such benefits, experts would flood to join the guild. However, the problem now was that plus Foam had set too high an entry requirement for Zero Wing. Most experts with the strength necessary to meet Zero Wing's entry requirement would either be an expert belonging to the various large guilds or an expert used to the lax management of adventure teams. Most importantly, the price to exchange the Holy Annihilation Mana technique was astronomically high. While it was indeed generous of plus Foam to offer such a powerful mana technique up for exchange, the exchange price simply wasn't something the average player could afford. Hence, the mana technique's existence was akin to a display item to most players, rather than something they could strive for. In comparison, credits, weapons, and equipment, things that players could use to improve their strength, were much more practical. Unfortunately, Zero Wing just so happened to lack all 3 of these things. What you say does make sense. Plus Foam nodded. However, I don't plan to develop Zero Wing into a bloated guild with no substance. It is especially so during the guild's initial development phase. We simply do not have the resources to train a large number of people. But we won't be able to recruit anyone if we don't do that, Su Qianlu said in exasperation. While Zero Wing's recruitment standards could be considered on par with the various superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a superpower. It was merely a small guild established recently, and it didn't even possess an ounce of fame in 100 Flow City. Meanwhile, the development of a guild required a large number of players. After all, one of a guild's main sources of income was the completion of guild quests. The more players a guild possessed, the greater the income the guild could generate from guild quests. Then, with the money earned from guild quests, the guild could better itself and attract more players, thereby forming a positive development cycle. After pondering for a moment, S.H.I. Plusphone suddenly asked, "How many gold coins can you AMA? SS right now?" "Around 150,000 gold," Su Qianlu answered after giving the matter some thought. "You're a really rich woman, S.H.I. Plusphone was a little surprised when he heard Su Qianliu's answer. He didn't think Su Qianliu's adventure team would be so wealthy. "That's the money my adventure team saved up over the years. If not for the land we rented in the Thousand Stars Tower, we could have had 300,000 gold right now," Su Qianlu said, sighing ruefully. A wealth of 150,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but in a large NPC city like Hundred Flow City, that money was chump change. This was because even the smallest guild residence here would cost 100,000 gold to purchase. In the case of medium and large guild residences, their prices started from 500,000 and 1 million gold, respectively. This was also why she had sought the capital investment of those several corporations. 150,000 gold is already enough, S.H.I. Plusphone said, chuckling. "What I need you to do now is to convert all these coins into magic crystals. Try to convert as many as you can." Magic crystals? Didn't we get over 10,000 magic crystals in the ancient demon court just now? Su Qianlu asked in confusion. For a small guild, a sum of 10,000 magic crystals was already a significant amount. It was absolutely more than enough to sustain a small guild of several thousand members for some time. "That amount is far from enough," S.H.I. Plusphone said, shaking his head. However, he didn't bother explaining his goals. Instead, he said, "Anyway, just try to exchange as many magic crystals as you can. I'll pay you back twofold afterward." If it was before clearing the ancient demon court, S.H.I. Plusphone might have followed Su Qianliu's suggestion for the sake of keeping Zero Wing operating normally. However, the situation was different now. The most profitable way of earning money in D's domain would definitely have to be operating a settlement. It was also why the various guilds sought to operate their own towns and cities, with some even going as far as to attack and take over NPC cities. Now that he had obtained a town rune crystal from the ancient demon court, he naturally didn't have to follow the standard development path for guilds anymore. While a town might not be as profitable as a guild city, the amount of money a town could generate still far said that of an ordinary large guild. Chapter 89 Small Guild? Chapter 89 Small Guild? Hundred Flow City, Teleportation Hall. At this time, 3 players geared in level 100 dark gold equipment sets walked out of the teleportation hall and entered the restaurant opposite the Candlelight Hotel. Then, while having a light meal, they scrutinized the Candlelight Hotel across the street. If someone were to carefully observe these 3 players, they would find that despite looking only around 20 years old, these 3 players radiated an aura of sharpness and confidence that one would rarely find on ordinary experts. In addition, all 3 of them were half-step refinement realm experts. "Is that where Zero Wing's members are resting?" a male berserker carrying a spear on his back asked while scrutinizing the dilapidated hotel across the street. Then a look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "What a strange hotel!" Although the Candlelight Hotel looked dilapidated and inferior to the other brand new hotels in the city, the number of players entering the establishment was Astoni's. Plusingly high. He had already spotted several players entering the Candlelight Hotel in just 1 minute. Even more surprising was that these people had entered the hotel sneakily and hurriedly. These people would look around their surroundings, making sure that an body was paying attention to them before swiftly entering the hotel. It's normal for it to be strange. Otherwise, there'd be no reason why the higher-ups of our two guilds would ask us to infiltrate the place, right? A female elementalist with a ref-res. H.I. plussing appearance said, a look of interest appearing on her face as she looked at the Candlelight Hotel. That's right. The last of the trio, a robust male S.H.I. plus ELD warrior, nodded. Then, in an excited tone, he said, so long as we can join Zero Wing and become Zero Wing's core members, we'll be able to join the ranks of executives and receive priority training from our guilds. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Why would they have us of all people infiltrate a guild? Shouldn't this job be left to those outer elite members? The Berserker youth said, a pondering look on his face. It's excessive to do this even for another first-rate guild, let alone a newly established guild. The three of them ranked among the top 5 of their respective guilds, new recruits this year. They were also graduates of top-tier D's domain academies. Yet, instead of providing them with proper training, their guilds had tasked them with infiltrating a newly established guild. Even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to take such an extravagant action. Why are you thinking so much about it? The female elementalist asked as she glanced at the Berserker youth. Then she happily said, judging by how suddenly the higher-ups gathered us this time, they probably didn't have a lot of time to prepare and decided to have us fresh graduates take on this job instead. Not only do we have a clean resume, but we'll also have an easier time getting accepted as core members in a small guild like Zero Wing. This is a transaction that's beneficial to our guilds and ourselves. Rather than complain, we'd be better off trying to finish our task as quickly as possible. The robust S.H.I. plus ELD warrior nodded, expressing his agreement with the elementalist. I guess you're right. After thinking it over, the Berserker felt he might have been overcomplicating things. In that case, let's finish our meals and hurry inside. The sooner we join Zero Wing, the sooner we'll be able to finish the higher-ups' task. Afterward, the trio quickly finished their meals, replinis, H.I. plussing their stamina and concentration back to full. Then they crossed the street and entered the Candlelight Hotel. However, the moment the trio entered the Candlelight Hotel, they couldn't help but be startled. What dense mana! Although the mana outside was already plenty dense, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was even more terrifying. Standing inside the hotel made them feel like they were standing inside a cloud of mist made up of mana. Their thoughts became much clearer and calmer as soon as they entered the building. How may I help the three of you? Blakeana, the NPC, asked with a smile when she saw the trio entering the hotel. We are here to join Zero Wing, the Berserker said, getting straight to the point. Very well. Zero Wing's registration booth is over there, Blakeana said as she pointed at a corner of the lobby. At this moment, there was not a soul standing in front of Zero Wing's registration booth. The only person at the booth was a bored-looking man dressed in a dark gray robe. Judging by the booth state, it didn't seem like Zero Wing was a guild worthy of 2 top-tier, first-rate guild attention. However, the trio didn't put too much thought into the matter. After all, this was their guild's instructions. No matter how terrible Zero Wing was, they still needed to join it. Immediately, the trio approached the registration booth. Are you 3 here to join Zero Wing? When Blackie saw the 3 youths approaching the booth, his eyes promptly glowed in excitement. Hours. It had already been hours since he had set up this booth. Yet, not even one person had come forth to ask about joining Zero Wing throughout this time. Now that 3 people had come forth simultaneously, Blackie was so moved that he was about to break into tears. MHM, the 3 of us just graduated from our respective academies. We plan to develop in 100 Flow City, so we are looking to join a guild, the Berserker youth said, nodding. But the 3 of us do not wish to become cannon fodder. We want to become core members directly. May I know what the requirement is to become a core member? The female elementalist and robust S.H.I. plus ELD Warrior also nodded to express their agreement with the Berserker youth's words. In the current state of G.O.D's domain, it'd be incredibly difficult for small guilds to recruit new members. It was especially true for graduates of G.O.D's domain academies. Even if a fresh graduate chose to join a small guild, they would typically ask to become core members directly. Otherwise, they could simply join a large guild and become an internal member there instead. You want to become core members directly? Blackie grew a little embarrassed, said when he heard the Berserker youth's words. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to fulfill your demand. Difficult? Smiling nonchalantly, the Berserker youth said, You can rest assured of our strength. Our equipment might not look like much, but we are confident in our combat standards. May I know what's the combat standard requirement to become a core member in your guild? Is it the 7th floor's early stage or the 7th floor's middle stage? For the typical small guild, players would only need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor late stage to become a core member. Even if Zero Wing was a unique case, there was no way its requirement would exceed the 7th floor early stage. Meanwhile, as half-step refinement realm experts, the 3 of them could clear even the 7th floor late stage. With their current combat standards, they could even become core members in second-rate guilds, let alone a small guild like Zero Wing. In response, Blackie looked at the 3 youths for some time before awkwardly saying, Refinement Realm. Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation. Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation? The spy trio fell into a daze as they looked at Blackie's slightly chubby body. What about elite members? The Berserker youth asked. Refinement Realm, Blackie repeated, scratching his head awkwardly. The trio was rendered speechless by Blackie's words. Didn't this basically mean that only Refinement Realm experts were allowed to join Zero Wing? Cliff, do you think this person saw through our intentions? The female elementalist secretly asked through the team chat. It should be known that if a Refinement Realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, they would immediately be accepted into the guild's main force and given the position of core members. Yet, now newly recruited Refinement Realm experts could only become elite members in Zero Wing. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply absurd. I don't think so. We were only asking about Zero Wing's recruitment standards. We have never specifically expressed our intention to join Zero Wing, the Berserker youth named Dusk Cliff replied. What should we do then? The female elementalist asked in exasperation. This guild is simply insane. The robust Guardian Knight nodded in agreement. If he wasn't here on a mission AS, signed by his guild's higher-ups, he would have cursed at Blackie already. Refinement Realm? Aren't your standards a little too high? After giving the matter some thought, Duskcliff looked back at Blackie and asked, The 3 of us are at the 7th floor's middle stage standard. What position will we be given if we join your guild? You can become internal members so long as you ACCU. Mulate enough guild contributions, Blackie said in Imbara. Meant, if it weren't for HI plus Fang's maddening requirements, Zero Wing could have more or less recruited some expert players by now. Internal members. The spy trio breathed out a sigh of relief when they heard Blackie's words. At the very least, they could still join Zero Wing with their strength. Had Blackie said that the minimum requirement to join was also the Refinement Realm standard, they would have probably exploded in anger on the spot. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the 3 youths' faces, Blackie hurriedly said, Our guild offers excellent benefits to internal members. So long as you become an internal member, you'll get the opportunity to exchange a mana technique legacy that will help you significantly in reconstructing your mana body and reaching Tier 4. Upon hearing Blackie's words, the trio looked at each other briefly before turning back to Blackie, a hint of disdain flash. Plussing past their eyes. If it weren't for their guild's request, they would have probably turned around and left already. After all, no matter how they looked at it, the person before them was undoubtedly a scammer. First, it was the absurd entry requirement into Zero Wing. Now, Blackie was saying that internal members could exchange for an incredibly precious resource in D's domain. If they didn't know any better, they'd think that Blackie was recruiting players for a super guild rather than a newly established guild. No, even the various super guilds wouldn't give their recruits the chance to exchange for a precious mana technique. However, despite the disdain they held in their hearts, they still kept up their act on the surface. Mana technique? Okay, the three of us will join, Duskcliff said, pretending to be excited. Meanwhile, when Dawn Moon, the female elementalist, saw Duskcliff's performance, she couldn't help but marvel at the man's acting skills and lament over their fate. All three of them were geniuses who graduated from top-tier D's domain academies. Duskcliff, in particular, was even the third-ranking genius among Nature Hall's new recruits this year. Yet here he was, forced to react excitedly over joining a small guild that was recently established. Afterward, the trio signed a standard contract for Zero Wing's internal members with Blackie, inwardly sighing in relief when they placed their signatures on the paper. They had finally completed the first step of infiltrating Zero Wing with this. Afterward, all they needed to do was think of ways to improve themselves, ACCU, emulate guild contribution points, and become core members as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as soon as the three youths signed their contracts, Blackie saw SHI plus Fong walking down from the second floor. Hurriedly, he walked over and proudly said, "Guild leader, look how amazing I am. I just secured us 3 internal members. This person is Zero Wing's guild leader." When Duskcliff and the others heard Blackie's words, they promptly scrutinized SHI plus Feng's cloaked figure. At this time, SHI plus Feng gave off the feeling of an ordinary civilian. If not for Blackie taking the initiative to greet him, they would have thought that SHI plus Feng was merely an ordinary player staying in the Candlelight Hotel. He didn't look like a guild's guild leader whatsoever. 3 half-step refinement realm players. After scanning the 3 youths, SHI plus Feng nodded and said, "That's quite a good achievement for people your age." When Duskcliff and the others heard SHI plus Feng's words, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They didn't think that Zero Wing's guild leader would spot similar nonsense to the Vice guild leader. While they couldn't be considered the best for reaching the half-step refinement realm standard at 20 years old, they were still top-tier among their peers. Not to mention, they could potentially reach the refinement realm at any time, becoming a true expert in D's domain. "Do you have any more questions about our guild?" SHI plus Feng asked as he looked at the trio. "No," Duskcliff said. "In that case, I have a task to give you," SHI plus Feng said. "I have a group of new recruits who have just finished the first phase of their training and require testing. Can the 3 of you spar with them?" Testing. Duskcliff inwardly sneered. Rather than testing the training results of Zero Wing's new recruits, he felt that SHI plus Feng was trying to test the 3 of them instead. Even so, he still pretended to be happy as he said, "If it is a command from you, we are more than happy to oblige, guild leader." "Okay, come with me then," SHI plus Feng said, nodding. Then he started making his way to the hotel's base. ENT. A magic barrier sealed the Candlelight Hotel's BS. ENT and non-Zero Wing members were prohibited from entering it. As soon as Duskcliff and the others entered the BS, ENT, they promptly noticed that the density of the mana here was much higher than even the mana found on the first floor, and they couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. They didn't think that a small guild like Zero Wing would actually have the means to create such a mana-rich environment. Even the combat rooms found in advanced hotels didn't have such dense mana. No wonder the higher-ups are having us investigate Zero Wing. If we can acquire the method to create such an environment, The development speed of everyone in our guilds will increase by a large margin. Dawn Moon said in realization. TL Notes. February 9th, 2022. Changed S. H. I plus ELD Warrior to Guardian Knight in Chapter 89.